Welcome, boys, girls, and everyone else, to the second half of Session 12 of the Sankei Shimbun Cup Women's League Qualifier. I'm Chiral, and I'm joined today by Jenn.
Hello.
Hello. Later on, you'll also be hearing from Nathanael, Harrison, and Corak. And we always got to shout out the person behind pushing buttons behind the scenes. That would be Nathanael today. Always good to get that shouted out because it's important. It's good work.
Yes, it's really good work. I can't do it, and so it's really appreciated.
I should be volunteering to do it more often. Honestly, I haven't done it in ages. But yeah, our broadcast day is sponsored by WRC and USPML. We'll go to obviously today the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in New York in 2028. We're also sponsored by USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and the Rex 3 order tables. Got to be some other things going on, maybe, that we have to talk about with USPML in a bit. But for anyone tuning in, we're broadcasting the Sankei Shimbun Cup today. If you need a reminder of the format, we have two leagues that end up meeting each other for the finals. We have the Scepter League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, we have 60 teams split into 15 groups of 4. Each group battles the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and top individual players advance to 2 different final tournaments. The Orb League is a bit smaller, only has 5 groups, and since they're in different locations, their games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. We do have a team from WRC in the Scepter League this time around. It's made of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma as our captain from the UK, well, the very same Jenn in chat right now from the US, Miyu Nishida from South Korea, and Yumi Iwatani from Japan are the players. And you know what? Before we do anything else, how's Team WRC doing right now?
In WRC, we had led the season led our group for most of the season, and I had a really bad session. It actually got me down to basically 0. So I just kind of lost all of my winnings, and that put us down into 3rd place, I think, in the league. Going into our penultimate session this week, which I played all 3, because I was the only team member who could play all 6 of the last 2 sessions. So we decided that 6 games is enough time to try and get about 150 to try and make the individual playoffs. And Iwatani Yumi, she could only play the first session, and Mio could only play the second session. So I had a go, and I did great in the first game. Just winning lots of small hands, but getting a pretty commanding lead and taking first place in the end. Second game didn't go quite as well, but I was still all right. Was in a position where maybe I could have gotten a second place in the end, but just couldn't get there. And I think the second place player won to secure her spot in second place. And then the last game, oh my god, the dealer had 6 Renchan. 6 Honba in East 1.
The dealer was you, right? You were the dealer?
No.
Oh.
And I ended up dealing in Tumangan twice in East 1.
Oh.
I mean, it was she had a double reach once, and I think 4 reaches before, I think 4 in the first row, or maybe 3 in the first row and 1 in the 7th discard. So it's just constant, I don't know how to what I should say. It felt like a constant, a non-stop beating.
Definitely always had those games where someone has just managed to get a huge deal every streak, and I'm so sorry to hear that you were the one who dealt into 2 of those hands. Oh, that's so sad.
So it was Minami, and you can see both Miharu and I down there. We had almost the same score, and
was
I
it
could have
plus
gotten
92? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
As sad as it is to see the negative scores, credit where credit's due. That is a huge victory for Team ML Stadium.
Yeah.
But yeah, Oh, I'm sorry
Uh,
that they didn't go well though.
well, I fought and fought to get at least third place to the last hand. I was Tempai for Yakumon at one point. I was one away from an all honors Yakumon. Gave up actually a Hoitsu Tempai for it. I wouldn't have actually won the Hoitsu Tempai either way, but I went for the Suizo, the all honors, and got to one away. And then
That's still impressive though. The fact you were still giving it a go.
yeah, and then I got a
Sometimes that's what
Suonko
you got to do,
Tempai
right?
as well, but could not win that either. So
Oh,
it was
unfortunate.
yeah. I
Yeah.
tried. I tried.
Honestly,
So
yeah.
Mio will play our
Sometimes your
last
win
3 games.
condition is. Sometimes your win condition is just to go for a Yakumon, right? And if that's what you had to do and that's what you went for, it was the right thing to do.
Well, I had the
Ah.
opportunity for it. If I didn't, I would have gone for bigger hands. So I didn't. There was no opportunity for like anything most of the game. So I took the opportunities that I had. I did get a Mangan, and I was Tempai on my dealer turns before somebody else ended up winning their hand. It was a really long game because there were lots and lots of continuances, obviously. We went right to the end, I think. And then, yeah, so I'm ending minus 30 or so overall. That brought us down to minus 11. So Mio's going to try and win 3 games in a row in the last session. And if she does, she'll get into the playoffs individually and also bring our team up. So not completely out, just need 3 wins in a row, which
Yeah,
not
honestly,
easy,
170
but
points.
not impossible.
You can do that in 2 games, and then maybe a third one to get above the other team in second. It's an ask, but it's not impossible. Absolutely. If you can get 2 plus 90 games, just do what they did. Just do what Team ML Stadium did.
True, yes. Oh. Usually if you get first place, it's about plus 50.
Yeah.
So 2, 3, you need around 150 to be comfortably in the individual playoffs. So she can get 2 big first places or 3 small first places, then there's still a chance. We have 1 more session in, I think the first week of March is our last session, and we have buys until then. I think there are 2 more sessions before that where Team WRC has a buy, but yeah, so I'm minus 24, which actually is way better than I did last year, so.
Yeah, that's really not bad, right? Anything that's near 0 is, giving as good as you got. That's good. That's good. So yes, please, everybody, wish me luck then in those last 3 games. And we'll keep you updated when they happen. But yeah. Sad news. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Today, we will be watching Group 5 play, though, because you weren't on the TV table. So at least that minus 50 wasn't on screen. Would like to see that first place, though, in the first game. That would have been cool. But
yeah, it was a feel good where everything, I was just able to win every hand, and I was Tempai without reaching when there were 2 other reaches, and waiting for Genbutsu a lot. So it was a really feel good game.
Awesome. Hopefully the next 3 will be just like that. Cross my fingers. But yeah. So yeah, today we're going to be watching Group 5. They're the ones that were on the televised table today, and I suppose we should talk about our players. Who are we going to be seeing in the next game? Well, here we go. In the EC... Oh, would you like to talk?
Either way.
Either way, I mean, fair enough. I guess
And
I'll start then.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay.
Nope, do it.
Okay. In the EC, from NPM, representing Team Welchao, we have Nanako Noda. In the South Seat, from JPML, representing Team Manmaru House, we have Kei Takahashi. In the West Seat, from SPM, representing Team Matsukaze, we have Azumi Sugiyama. And finally, in the North Seat, from RMU, representing Team Mahjong Splash, we have now Kyoumori. Sorry for talking over you, I didn't mean to. But we have our players.
Very early for me, so I'm not that aware of my surroundings.
Totally fair. Good luck, everybody. And let's have a look at the scores, how they're going to be going in. Once the names are on screen, we'll be able to know exactly how the teams are doing. Although I'm just here for honestly good play. I
Yeah,
like the camaraderie.
the scores will pop up here in a second, so we'll be able to see it.
Exactly so. I like the fact that everyone's just like, giving each other a smile. That everyone's just happy to be here. Ooh, okay. Okay, not as exciting as I thought. But we are opening up with a pair. Anadora, of course. So here are our scores. Okay, so looking at the scores here, we do have a clear winner as it stands. I'm actually really curious to see how many sessions they've got left to play.
I
Because it's
think this
only
is
one
also
session.
their penultimate because everybody plays the final session.
Okay, I see. Because, yeah, we do have Team Welchao with a huge lead right now of plus 213.1 points. Second in right now is being Matsukaze with 62.4. Third place, honestly, not too far behind, minus 37.9. We have Manmaru House. And finally, with a minus 241.6, I wonder. I'm going to cheer for you. I don't know if it's going to necessarily work out, but we do have Mahjong Splash with a pretty massive negative. Maybe they'll make
Yeah,
a
they
splash
would
today, though.
need probably 6 first places
Yeah, it's
to
definitely
make it.
doable if you've got 6 games. But yeah, it's going to be tough. But otherwise, everyone's already built hands right now. We have one away already for Sugiyama. I believe Takahashi was one away as well. Looking at Kyoumori's hand, I didn't get a quick look here. We'll have a look as it comes around.
I'm just gonna double check
Okay,
how many sessions they have left just to make sure.
thank you. So yeah, it looks like we have 2 players who are really, really close to winning hands. In fact, this is going to be not 10 point actually. I take it back, but one away for not even Pinfu actually. The hand's not as good as I think it would be, but it does have Dora too, which is always very exciting. Going to be cutting away the pair, hoping we draw something around the 4 of characters, maybe trying to get that Pinfu, or at least a 2-sided weight rather than just the one. Over in Kyoumori's hand, she's got a pretty rough start, but you can always improve it. Tuambu here doesn't really do anything. Could keep it for the 1-2, but no, just play it, cut it out. Maybe play the 2 of bamboo later on to try and set up maybe a middle trap. Not that it's necessarily going to be a good weight on that 5 of bamboo Dora, but if you can play the 2 and the 8, maybe. There's a world where someone is convinced to try a 5. I think I'm dreaming there.
Okay,
Just
so
trying to get that upgrade though.
this is game 25 for this group. So it'll be this session and then one more session, the final session in March. So
There is still a
same as
chance.
WRC.
So what you're saying is that Mahjong Splash will have a chance. Not a very good chance,
Yep.
but a chance.
If they get 6 first places, then I think they'll lock it in.
Okay.
Assuming,
Well,
assuming Welchao would also have to be negative probably every single game.
yes. That's fair. Yeah, it's an ask. But I like when there's a dream. At least you've got something to fight for. You can try. There's a reason to give it a go.
Yes, at least for this game, and then after that it will be very big hands. Of course, there's a wild card as well.
Very
Um,
true.
whoever is the closest second place to first place. I think there's probably 2 wild card spots available.
Yeah, we definitely going to be seeing WLC getting that. I'm sure.
We were very, very close to getting that last year. We were very, very close to getting first place last year. It was went down to the final game.
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly. Although I think we've seen some gaps between first and second be literally 10 or so points. That's not happened on this table, but I think yesterday it was like 10 points between first and second place. So there are some very, very close battles going on still. Speaking of close battles, we still just have Takahashi and Sugiyama, the 2 players who are maybe the ones who have a reasonable chance of getting in, but actually, no, not getting that upgrade there does mean that she's now at least in a position where maybe she can fight to this. I think she's still 2 away, but if everyone else continues stalling, you have time. even Kyoumori here. Setting up that 3-sided weight on the 369 of characters. Trying to get the all inside for a little bit of extra value, but not quite making it. This is going to be Tenpai! 2-5 of characters for Reach Dora 2. Nothing too special, but when you've got Dora, anything is possible. You can make that value happen. This is actually one away now for Kyoumori. Just all inside with one Dora, but one away is one away.
Shift down for Noda also leaves a chance for 567 Sanshoku. Not much time left, but and we'll see if she's able to keep that shape against this reach. Tenpai.
Tenpai for Kyoumori, waiting on, I believe, the 6 there, that 5-7 shape.
I think
Not.
she's waiting for the it was a 6-8 waiting for the 7.
Oh, 6-8 waiting for 7. Okay, yes.
But the
The
9
line just
came in,
misread it.
so she actually doesn't have the inside hand anymore.
But still, just being Tenpai is probably what we're aiming for at this point. Because, yeah. Don't want to be taking any risks. We fold if you have to, but even if it's just 1,500 points of being ready at the end of this hand, more than
Super
good enough.
important, yes. Also, welcome in the
There's
chat
the.
tips, and Lux in the chat.
Yes, of course, we do definitely appreciate everyone popping in, chatting, getting involved. Love you all. So, yep, 2 players Tenpai, 1,100 points each. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when the scores end up being close, if it's anything like a game I cast yesterday, we had 3 players within like 3,000 points for the entire game. So the little points matter. And even you were saying, like in your game earlier this session, your first game, you won small hands. Small wins add up.
Lots
If you can
of
get
like
enough of them.
1,300, 2,600, 2,000. When you win
Yeah,
every single hand, it ends up
exactly. I
being
mean,
enough.
it all adds up, right? Obviously, it's
Absolutely.
easy to take away if you can get one massive hand, but like if that doesn't happen, and that sometimes just doesn't happen, the game doesn't
Also,
give
there are
anyone.
a lot of times when in the last hand, you have very close win conditions. So
Yes,
having the small wins and the tempai payments at the end really add up for those. If it doesn't give you in first place, it gets you closer to second place. Makes your win
yeah,
conditions easier in the last hand.
exactly. Yes. Looking at this one, it might be another set of cheap hands. Interesting that we cut the pair there just to try and add all inside for a little bit of extra value, because the hand was going to be reach only otherwise from Takahashi. So do cut a pair, but we can find a pair elsewhere. Plenty of time to make that happen. I'm looking at Noda's hand, and I would like I really want this to be 1-2-3 or 2-4 Sanshoku, but it's just it's not quite there. It's not quite there, but we'll see. We'll see. That 4 is a huge fill though. Puts the hand 1 away for if we draw the 8 Pinfu, if not reach only, but still Tenpai.
And I wonder if something will stick to that 4. Looks like she was kind of looking at a Sanshoku as well. If something sticks to the 4 like a 5, then we'll see that 7-9 come out, I think.
That's very fair. Actually, one other thing from Kyoumori's hand, I did say that they were 1 away for just a normal hand or possibly reach. If they got the 8, which we do see 3 of, I was also thinking maybe there's a chance of Itsu if we end up filling in the 2 of character. There's a 2 of dots here. Not that likely, but it's there. Unfortunately, we know where the 3 of the 8s are, so.
Those hedges are also very important.
Hmm.
And notice here there's a 1 at 3-5-5 shape, and she took that over the 8-9 penchant side weight. Very, very efficient shape. You
Hmm.
want to look for that in your own hands when you're playing online or with friends.
Oh, very nice draw. We ended up giving up on the 1-3-5, but we just drew the 4, so it's not a big deal. 1 away for dealer Takahashi. Sugiyama's still kind of quite far away.
I see 2 ways that Takashi's hand can also upgrade to Sanshoku 4-5-6 shape.
This is really kind of fun for Noda. Like, we have the Itsu chance, we have the Sanshoku chance still. Okay, we're giving him the Sanshoku. I would have probably kept the 1-3. Is there a reason we got rid of that 2 acceptance? We have to go look at the situation again. This is going to be a slightly wider one away if we're willing to give up on 2-4-6. Is it wider? I guess it's wider, but we might end on a really bad tempai. So yeah, we do give up on the 2. We don't take that 2.
Yes, swappy duppy. Yeah, I don't mind to dot discard, keeping an eye on the 4-5-6 possibility, and also she does have Tanyao.
True.
So if you don't have a Yaku, I like keeping the Ryankan, the double gutty shot. But when you have a Yaku like that, then I think the wider weight is my preference. The wider, more
That's very
efficient.
fair. So Yama manages to get 1 away from Tepai for what will end up being a weight on the Dora. So not ideal probably, but Tenpai's Tenpai. If she manages to get that last draw. Okay, chance to upgrade. Keeping the 5-6-8. Just in case we draw the 7 and then have the 4-7 weight left over. The 9-man does not have to be our pair. Oh, I was getting excited for this hand. I saw the Manzu, and I thought, oh, this is 2 mana. Are we Tenpai for Itsu? Well, are we getting close to Itsu? No, not quite. Keeping it though.
Quite.
So, Reach, Pinfu, all inside. 3-6 of characters for our dear Takahashi. Just going to do a bit of counting to see if we can see any of those tiles. One of them, of course, is the door indicator.
Yeah, I was hoping that Takahashi would either get a 6 bamboo or a 4 bamboo to upgrade the hand first, but she got Tenpai first.
So, by my count, we've got 3 tiles left that get her the win right here. Not the greatest weight, but again, Tenpai's Tenpai. Putting that Reach on the table applies pressure. Very important. Yeah, I was thinking about Itsu for this hand, but I think it's just a bit late, especially now with the Reach on the table. Take a slightly safer path. And it's kind of a similar situation here, right? How does the 6 pin look to this Reach? It looks terrible. Okay. We just don't play it under any circumstances. Dora, though, Dora's safe in a rare sort of strike of fate. The Itsu. It was real. It could have been Tenpai. Wait, well, no, it wouldn't have been Tenpai. It would have just been 1 away. But waiting on the 8.
Waiting on the 8.
Instead, we are stuck playing defense. The 1 was played recently-ish, but not necessarily safe to the Reach. It will mean that we now have 2 safe tiles. But actually, wait, hang on. Did I miss that? That was Tenpai? I missed that was Tenpai. Sorry, 5-8 for Pinfu, and it's
It would have
win.
been,
It's 1.
yeah, it would have been 1 away if she'd gone for the Itsu, but it got to Tenpai with just Pinfu.
Good enough. Shuts down the Reach. Takes the Reach stick from Takahashi. It's almost double the value of that. Just actually over double the value of Kyoumori's hand. That moment in the pot is worth more points than the hand value of the thing you just won. But points are points, absolutely. And Kyoumori is taking the early lead. This is what Mahjong Splash needed. We were just saying that they needed 3 wins today to stay in, to have that dream alive. So we'll see if they can keep it going. What is this hand? This looks almost complete. Hang on. It's not quite, but 2 away from the very get-go. Not too bad, yeah. Much better than what we're seeing for everyone else.
Yeah, it's kind of a mess everywhere.
I will say Takahashi has Dora too, so even though it's a bit messy, there's value there. You just have to find a way to make that hand complete. Don't even really need to get Yaku somewhere, but maybe we can try and build that along the way as well. 7 is such a good
nice
draw as
feeling,
well. Yeah. Don't even need to go for Yaku. I don't. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. See if maybe we can sneak a little bit of extra in. The pinch is definitely achievable. We don't have the Tanya. The all inside is not going to happen. We do have it here though. Should Noda want to just take a quick win to shut this down? Actually, no, I take it back. Actually, Takahashi could just cut the 9 of bamboo and go for all inside. We'll see. Nice pull of the White Dragon pair for Kyoumori. Might call this. Doesn't, just because there's not a lot of value if we do open up. But now that means there's only going to be one White Dragon left, so we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll call the second. Pass the first. Makes sense. This 4 maybe helps, but probably a better photo than the 8 if we're going to be playing aggressively, and that's what we're going to be doing, keeping it for now. In the meantime, yeah, still kind of a bit untidy for Kyoumori. Tiles have not come in. Keeping that Dora acceptance, but we know where 2 of the Dora are, so it's not going to be likely to draw. This is the last White Dragon. Is it going to get played? Is it going to get called? No. Okay, interesting. The hand is kind of bad from Kyoumori, but I definitely would understand if she were to decide this is the time to open. I don't want anyone else scoring points. I want the game to be moving on to East 4 while I'm still in the lead. But maybe she's planning on just getting out of this one safe, looking for an escape route. Definitely respect that. 2 safe tiles with those White Dragons if someone were to reach.
When you're playing on the table, it feels like there's different levels of threshold. So you get over 30,000. All right, I'm in first place. I can start trying to win faster hands and not let other people win. When you get to 40,000, then all right, I can definitely win this game.
This is where I go for value. This is where I go for like an even bigger win, right? I'm just going to start playing EV. I'm not going to play for speed.
That's my thought process when I'm
Hmm.
there.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I like to, one of the things I like to always talk about is the 10,000 point gap, right? When someone gets a Mangan Sumo, you're going to lose 2,000, they're going to gain 8,000. Can they get first place from that? Because Mangan Sumos happen a lot, at least in the games that I've played. Sometimes it doesn't happen very often in pro games. Sometimes it's a very scrappy match. But definitely like to have at least 10,000 points, or maybe sometimes 12 if you're going to consider yourself being dealer during that time. And
I
so
mean,
if you
yeah,
have to do
that's
that, especially.
the what we always talk about. You're always aiming to get at least within the Mangan Sumo range by all last of first
Yes.
place.
Yeah, in the meantime, I feel like at this point, you're at the end of row 2, the hand's just not gone very well, unfortunately, for Noda. Probably just looking for an escape route. Which is why we saw a bit of a pause there. Like, we're probably not going to win this hand anymore, so just, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she can prove me wrong. I would like to see it. But we gave her on that 579, which isn't really a shape you want to be keeping for endgame anyway, but at least it has 2 tiles that complete the sequence. And we are going to see a bit of movement here from Sugiyama, the dealer, trying to keep their tempai, just to keep their dealership. 4-7 will do it, of characters. Not a lot of value, but again, keeping your dealership. Very important. And small wins can add up if no one gets a huge win. So, we'll see. I think 4-7 is mostly depleted though, right? We see a lot of them already out.
See, mostly in hands.
Yeah, I think it's at least 4 that I'm counting. 5, sorry, that I'm counting. 6 that I'm counting. Yeah, I think this is a 2-tile wait. So probably not going to win, but doesn't matter because we are getting to the end of the hand, and just being there with a completed hand will score points. Probably more points than the hand's actually worth.
Yeah, if you're the
It's
only
still going.
player at Tempai, that's a 4,000 point difference between that you create between you and every other player, or a
Exactly.
4,000 point gap that you fill in.
Yep, we saw Kyoumori, as I was saying, skipping the calls on the White Dragon to have 2 safe tiles right at the end when the hand didn't quite make it. It was just a little bit too slow. So she's going to play white and get out of this hand nice and safely without having to take any risks. Well, the West is also fine, but yes. Gonna go to exhaustive draw. And this is going to still be a very close match. I mean, I could have been proven wrong right there. I literally could have commentators cursed it and then just had them draw it. Oh, there's one of the fours we were looking for. But wrong player. So, yes, exhaustive draw it is.
It's one tenpai.
But as you're saying, plus 3,000 for her, minus 1,000 for everyone else. That is a very significant point transfer.
Yeah, it definitely closes the gap for first place and between her and first place.
Yeah, do that one more time, and we're back in the lead. Exactly. So, East 3, repeat number 1. What's our start looking like? In the meantime, let's just observe that focus. Can we get any reads just from looking at the emotion right there? Looks like a little bit of disappointment, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Just take a
Well,
minute and enjoy everybody's faces. You won't
absolutely.
see me in the background. I was playing at this time, but I was at the other venue. So they only have 4 tables at the studio. So when there are more than 4 groups playing, we also play at a mahjong parlor called Ace, which is just in the neighborhood of Tokyo Dome in the Korakuen and
Okay.
Kasuga area.
Yep. So either way, though, yeah, I always do look out for seeing Doyosi when I can. When I can. But looking at things, it looks like Sugiyama's hand was actually pretty poor, as we predicted based on her face. But she does have the South, which is cool. She does have a pair of Yakukai, the East, I believe. So maybe a chance to go for a flush. But at the very least, just trying to do something to be a little bit more aggressive when you've got a bad hand and you really want to defend the stealership. I definitely like that move. Yeah, so it was a pair of the green dragons here. I was thinking maybe we can go for a flush, but then we just drew the 6/7 of bamboo. So we'll see. We'll see. We might just have to keep it for the 5/8 weight, especially with 8 being the Dora.
There
I'm
we
gonna
go.
call this though.
One away.
Very aggressive, very cheap, but honestly, when your dealer and your start is kind of bad, it's the perfect thing to do. Even when you're not dealer, if you don't think you can make value, just go speed instead. Or fold. Both are acceptable. But yes, one of the best ways to defend is to win first. Ooh. And now we have a decision to make. Do we go for the flush? We do! Okay! I loved it. I thought this is I mean, I like the door acceptance too, but I like seeing the aggression for players when I'm a commentator. I don't know what I would do in that situation, but
Hey, we were talking about Mahjong Splash needing to win 6 games, but even second place, the second place team, Matsukaze here, needs to fill in a 150-point gap to get into first place. So getting some extra value there is definitely really important.
that's honestly very true, yeah. And we are seeing that Noda's also going for a flush here. We have 2 flushes happening. Oh, that 4-pin draw is so good though for our dealer. Anytime Noda doesn't manage to draw another Manzu tile. This 3
It
it may
adds a
stay. I
little
don't
bit of
know.
efficiency, but
Yeah,
doesn't move the needle that much.
exactly. Yeah, the real scary thing is going to be this green dragon. Sorry, this white dragon, right?
Oh,
When
interesting.
you see that one player, maybe 2 players are flashing, you just don't want to give away Yakuhai to anyone
Yeah.
doing that. Ooh, that's a pretty nice fill in.
All
One
right.
away for Kyoumori. Maybe a bit of a sign of an overflow if people are thinking that Noda's going for the
That's
flash.
10 by.
Tenpai!
I
So
think that's
6
also all
pin
triples
east. I think it might actually be, yes.
because she pulled the south and then the east, the green dragon.
Correct. So yes, green, Honitsu, and Toy Toy.
And east if that's what she wins on.
And yeah, true. Double east, in fact.
So if she can
So
get the east, that will be 18,000 points.
I don't necessarily think anyone's going to be playing it, but we've seen
I
one
don't.
in discards, which means there's still one out there, right, to draw.
Yeah, no one else is holding it right now.
So it's definitely doable. Meanwhile, this hand's actually okay, we do play Dora. I was about to say, this hand's doing something kind of scary. If
I
we
mean,
manage to pair up the eight, so
she's just playing Dora because of the suit.
yes.
Um, she's still one away from
Oh, there's a
Remi.
six.
Oh, that's Simo.
So
Alright, so
didn't
it's
get
gonna be
the double east,
4,000. Yeah.
but it's still more than good enough. Sugiyama's not going to be complaining about that, I don't think. Well, that's Mangan,
4,000
right?
all plus 1 continuance. Yep.
Yeah. So we see a lot of cheap hands, but one big hand sometimes. The game's been decided by this. We'll see. We'll see. We still have an entire South round to go. And, of course, East 3 and East 4. We're only a quarter way through this game, technically. But Sugiyama's got that nice lead. And that's going to be what their team needs, right? Because the gap between first and second, even. We talk about the gap between first and fourth. We talk about the gap between first and third. But it's still 150 points between first and second. If the game would end right now, though, that gap is closed significantly to
Yeah,
only
only
80.
80
So,
points.
oh,
Exactly.
hello.
Everyone else needs is for Welchao to be negative in all of the remaining games.
Yes. Although I will say, Sugiyama's had a very exciting start, drawing in that triplet of the. Okay, not the only person drawing a triplet Yakukai. We have the Red Dragon and the South for Takahashi. And interestingly enough, Sugiyama could even be building a Sanshoku 345 of each scene. Unlikely, but it's there. Should the right tiles come in. But we are going to be seeing, it's going to be facing this flush here. We're already committing to it. We're cutting the 6-8 of characters to try and force our the pin suit to be in this hand. Yeah, we're going to give up on the Sanshoku here. Perfectly fair. Don't need to force that. So we have more than enough pace. The 3 is a really good fill as well for Noda. Oh, speaking of, still got a ways to go for this flush, but it looks like it might be building closed, which is an even rarer thing, right? An
Yeah.
extra hand for doing it. Okay, I'm looking at Noda's hand, and maybe Noda could go for the Sanshoku. We've got that loose 4 of bamboo. 2 bamboo is the Dora, which is very exciting just on its own. But
Mm,
yeah, it is fighting this amazing hand from Sugiyama. Just
that
going
was
pure efficiency.
really good. What would you discard?
Yeah. I think part of the problem is that the 2 of bamboo is Dora, right? So even
Well,
if you kind of
it's
yeah, sorry.
sorry. But there's also only 2 away from all pairs with the Tudora.
Oh, that's
We're thinking about
true.
that green dragon as a triple, but if you had 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs there, that's just 2 away. Plus the green dragon's already in your hand, so you can just pull in anything. You can even chi with
Mm,
the Dora. So I might have been inclined to discard that 5 bamboo instead.
okay. See, I was
Mhm.
grouping it as like a 3-3-5 and keeping the 2 as
Yeah,
our
yeah.
pair, but yeah,
Yeah, of
I
course.
like that. I like that.
But you don't lose the efficiency with 4. You don't, or the
Hmm.
acceptance of 4, because you can. The 7 dot would have been your pair, and you can use the 4 with that 2-2-3-3 shape. Possible
Yeah.
Eiko if you don't have to call. And you also keep the option of all pairs if it, as much as I hate all pairs.
But no, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. Either way, it looks like it is going to start stalling out a little bit. And yeah, we don't see any of the 7 pins out right now, so there's still a chance you could just draw in that triplet as well. Yeah, I know. I think you convinced me. I think that I like that move. We are going to
And there's
see
a
some calls
pawn.
though.
There's a pawn, it would have been 1 away. I was still 1 away, but
Yes. Actually, it
you
would
would
have been
have had.
Tempai if we'd cut the 5 early and had a pair of 7 left over. Would have
I
been a
guess
weird
you'd have
Shabo
had to.
Tempai, but it would have been Tempai.
Maybe it would have been too many blocks.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
It would have been too many blocks, I
Oh yeah,
think.
no, I'm
So
wrong.
she'd have to decide what to discard there, but
Yes.
I think would have kept a little bit of acceptance, possibly.
The
But
scary thing is that those
as with
doors are still unknown.
as with most decisions in mahjong, there could be a big difference in efficiency or EV, but a lot of times in the end you're going to have the same tempai no matter which route you took to get there.
Yes. And speaking of 6-9 of bamboo, does it for Sugiyama. A lot of players holding a 6 they're not using, although that 6 is staying
Tempai,
there.
right? Tempai. Think
I think so.
painful. Just painful.
5-8, yeah. So
Not
5-8 of
reach.
bamboo versus 6-9 of bamboo. That entire suit is completely deadly. And no one is going to be playing a bamboo tile, I don't think. But we'll see. Potential Itsu upgrade, but refused.
It would have
It's
been
you'd have to get rid of your pair, right? Which is the worst thing. Ah, the
well
5-8
she had
does win though.
she
But
had to pair the 6-7-7 shape. So she had not
yes,
taken tempai and used that 7 as her pair instead. Or she had done the shovel weight, she could have upgraded, but it's definitely not the best decision. I think
Mm.
that she took the best decision and it just backfired.
Sometimes that's mahjong. Wow, it looks like the game in the background is already over. That's kind of fun. I wonder what's going on that table. Unless they start at a different time. That makes a lot of sense, actually. But yes. But yeah, this was a very important hand, though, because honestly, if Sugiyama had managed to win that hand with Dora 2, this would be a very different situation for everybody else on this table. It's still a long gap, but it's still beatable as we move on to East 4. Where we see a lot of interesting things, potential half flush, potential 7 pairs hand from Takahashi. A lot of dreams. I don't know how many of them are going to come true, but looking at those 2 pairs of honor tiles, I'm like, I don't want to make them triplets because they're not Yaku high, but we'll see. We'll see. Probably not going to go for the half flush tiles. That was naive of me to think. In the meantime, though, Sugiyama coming back very strong. Bit too many pairs, but that's easily fixable this early on.
On the way now for Kyoumori, dealer. She actually also, I think it will come around here. You'll see that it's an inside hand that she can call pretty easily.
Yep,
Three,
absolutely.
six,
And Dora
seven,
2. No,
eight. Yeah. 3, 6, 7, 8 bamboo all make Kyoumori Tenpai, and she can call pretty much any of them from anywhere except that 7 could only come from the left.
yes. Ibito, though, still not quite drawing it herself just yet.
And I see that 3
Yeah,
come out from here, and I think I would definitely want to pawn that.
honestly, yeah, with Dora 2, I'd be taking Senpai, especially as dealer. In an ideal world, obviously you want to draw it yourself, right? So you can reach, but oh well,
Oh,
we're not reaching. We've got Dora 3 now.
definitely
Chance
don't
of 3
need to
concealed
reach.
triplets.
Yeah, Tanya with Dora 3. If she draws it herself, it's 6,000 all.
Yeah, like imagine Tanya Dora 3 Sumo 3 concealed triplets would be huge. Does just take the on, which is more than good enough. Let's not kid
It's
ourselves.
12,000 from
Kyoumori.
Takahashi.
Not quite shooting into first place, but definitely getting it right up there.
I thought we would see that 3 come out, but I thought it would come out before Tenpai and we'd see a pawn. She was able to draw it herself to Tenpai.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Definitely, when you can get that kind of thing closed. So, dealer will continue. Maybe they're going to make a splash today. I've already made that joke. I shouldn't make that joke again. But it's
So
certainly,
also,
if we see,
I was gonna mention I was at the other venue, not here, but I did wear my WRC uniform anyway. And by the way, it's a chance for you to win your very own WRC uniform. Um, all paid subscribers to the channel, paid members, will be put into a drawing at the end of the month. So we still have about a week left to become a paid member. I think the smallest tier is very, very low. So if you have the means, then you'll have a really, really good chance of winning at this point. And
It's a really
I
good
think
point. I
it's just
forgot about
like,
that.
I think it's just $1 or $2 uh, to become a paid member, like per
Mm.
month. It's not an extravagant amount.
Yes, definitely thank you to anyone who has gone ahead and become a member of the channel. Thank you for supporting us and helping us bring Mahjong to you. Definitely is appreciated. But yes, okay. So getting back to the current hand, we've already had the Red Dragon being called. Looks like this is going to be another sort of fast but cheap hand. People just trying to shut down Kyoumori's dealership very understandably. This puts it one away from Tenpai, but again, it's going to be Red Dragon only. Oh no, it's Red Dragon Dora 2. I take it back. We just drew in the 2 of Bamboo Pair. No, that's actually really good. I take it back. Takahashi is right back in it with 3 hand. Hopefully she'll be able
Sugiyama
to.
pawns the green dragon, trying to end Kyoumori's dealership before she takes first place away from Sugiyama.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like Takashi's going to be hoping to get a third Adora. We do see one of them, I believe, in Sugiyama's hand. No, it was in Takahashi's hand. No, I'm wrong. It's the dealer hand. My apologies. I can't read. But with that call, it is going to be a Tenpai waiting on the 2 and the 8 of Bamboo. For Red Dragon Dora 2, maybe Dora 3. If Takashi's lucky. I think there's only one left, though, to draw of the 2 of Bamboo. The 8, I think we also see one right here. Yeah, it's the 8. The 8 is accounted for, so I believe it is just one tile in that last 2. Unless it's discarded by Sugiyama. Sorry, unless it's discarded by Kyoumori.
And Noda will take the 3,900 point hand with one continuance for 4,200.
That jersey's yours. I like your fighting spirit. That's great. But seriously, thank you. If you are spoiling the child to everyone, including you.
Lux, of course, great supporter, also shows up on the JPML English channel broadcasts where Garth and I are commentating on older games once a week. And also, we've started doing live broadcasts of some of the newer. We broadcast on a 5-minute delay from the Japanese broadcast for final tables of certain leagues like the WRC League and WRCR League for JPML. Also, Ranwa, which is the 30 to 49 tournament, and uh, the Orai-sen and Wakajishi are the under 29 tournaments, which is it's fun to see some of the younger players, and a lot of the Orai players are also in Sankei Shimbun League.
Yeah, it's always fun when you see names you recognize. And as someone who I'm happy to admit that I'm relatively uncultured when it comes to things. I'm learning so many like people's names. I'm recognizing so many people from playing all these events, getting the cast all these lovely events. And yeah, it's when I see a name I recognize, I'm like, yeah, I want to cheer that person. I know that person. They're great. I've seen them win before. Great. But yeah, speaking of winning, might be the hand you hate, but we do have a 7 pairs hand right here, building up 4 pairs. Still not quite there, but definitely is doable. This has 4 pairs also, but I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's going to be 7 pairs when we've got 2 pairs of dragons. Want to be trying to turn some of those into triplets for extra value, and this might be our first one. No, skipped. Interesting. When you've got 2 pairs of dragons, I might have considered calling one or possibly even both of those, but we'll see what ends up going on here. Maybe we're going for the
Yeah,
flush
maybe he wants
instead.
to get a little bit more flushy, or just get the hand a little bit more decided before calling.
I do think if the other white dragon in this hand right here from Takahashi does come out, I think it's going to get called though. I think you can pass on the first one. I think you can pass on the second. Surely. I could be wrong,
Absolutely,
but we'll
that's
see.
true. No, 100%.
I think Will of Dragons is coming out at this moment in time, at least. That seems to be the thought process. Otherwise, it's a question of what Yaki are we building here. We could go for all inside. The 8-8-9 is usable, the 9 of bamboo. But that green dragon comes out first. Pardon me?
Green.
In the meantime, everyone else is still kind of ooh. Speaking of green dragon. Now, I think is it twice cut? It's just once cut, but
I think it's
speaking
twice.
of, did I miss the second one? I
The
did miss the
first
second
one
one.
was,
Okay. Yep.
it was,
Yep.
yeah.
So dreams are probably not coming true for
It's still a
the
show
big
of
hands at least.
intense, but she's not gonna go for the flush, I don't think.
If nothing else, is a pretty safe tile for when we can be a little bit more aggressive because we at least got one turn of buffer if something goes very wrong and we get very scared. It's one of the reasons why you might keep a twice cut on a tile even if you're not planning on winning with it.
Yeah, if she gets the third one, maybe we'll see the Dora come out.
Yeah, I could definitely see going for the half flush on top. Depending on how late it is, of course, and whether we flagged the upper
Oh,
pins as a dangerous zone.
that would have been a really good shape for a Hoi too if she had kept the two. The
Yep.
two? The one?
But at the end of the day, we got a Dora, right? So Horny 2, Dora 1, it's almost as good. It's almost as good.
It's almost as good if you have to call, but I think
Hmm.
she would have been pretty close there without any calls.
That's true, yeah. An extra hand getting it closed would be very, very nice to see. Interesting that we could have kept that as our pair, keeping the two Yang cans instead. I respect it.
And
Everyone's still
this
kind of
this
far
is what
away.
you're looking for when you keep that nakabukure,
Hmm.
the bulging shape. Four,
Yes.
five, five, six, a 3 comes in.
So one away for our deal Noda. Very wide one away too. I think we can pair up any
Yes.
tile
I was just gonna
because we've
say,
got
yeah,
that triplet.
anything can pair up or fill in.
And
And the
finally, we
call
pull the
we see
pin.
is, yeah, that's the call we see first, not the pawns, but the chi.
Does mean though, if the White Dragon comes out from Takahashi, it will be immediately Ron. Definitely see a lot of value in just stealing that away when someone else reaches, and then maybe you've got that. It was like a bit worried. I'm going to play my once cut on a tile as a safety. Here's that reach. Oh, have I predicted it? Are we going to see the White Dragon come out? Not just yet, right? Surely, but oh, no, there
There
it
he
is.
is.
That reach stick has been stolen.
But yeah, just 2,000 points for Kyoumori plus the Dora
Yeah,
stick.
but that's still very, very good. If you're going for that first place bonus, everyone puts 5,000 points in at the start of the game. 20,000 points goes to first place. So anything you can do to sneak up on Sugiyama right now is going to be very, very good. As we move on to South 3. Wait, South 2, sorry. Yes.
So
It already changed it on the top left corner.
you're talking about recognizing players. Kei Takahashi is one of the players that we see a lot, not just in the Sankei Shimbun Cup. Of course, the first time we saw her 2 years ago, she was with child. Now so her child will be just almost 2, I guess, maybe a year and a half right now. Um, she had her baby during the first season that we streamed, the first Sankei Shimbun Cup season that we streamed. And she also was playing in the Saikyosen team battle, which we also covered on this channel.
I can't remember how well she did actually now. Wish I had the stats from those ready to pull. But yeah, either way,
Well, my
it is
personal
always.
stats against Takahashi is that she always gets first place, so this is the first time I've ever
Oh,
seen her negative.
oh, I see. So no, I wasn't asking for your Oh, oh, well,
At least if I'm
maybe you
on
can
the
change
table
that.
with her.
Maybe you can change it
Definitely
next
played
time.
with her in the I played with her in the Ikusa. Uh, Ikusa is the X Footing Kazan audition tournament. WRC, R League, things like that, and she's always just super solid.
Okay. Sounds very scary to have to come against. She is keep
Yeah.
playing. She's still fighting though. She's going for that half flush to add a bit of extra value. Got the red dragon call. It's her dealership. She still has a chance of winning this game. It's got a long way to go, but it still has a chance while you still have a dealership left. You can keep playing the game, keep winning, and run out the clock. Interestingly enough, we do have a tense of Sanchoku from Noda, keeping that 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku chance. We do have that 4, 6, so it's maybe there's a chance that ends up becoming 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we end up not having the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we end up not having the 6, 7, 8 instead. But keeping that chance of that 2 extra hand from the Sanchoku is always worthwhile. And we actually just going to cut the 9 to confirm that 6, 7, 8, or at least try to. I respect that a lot. If it pays off, it'll pay off in a huge way. Meanwhile, Itsu's on the tail for Kyoumori. So everyone's going with value here. No one is just taking a cheap win. We've seen a few of that happen a few times. We've got the flush, which is, I guess, kind of a cheap win, but we're seeing a Khan right here. Nudora
I
will be the
think
6 of characters.
flush is sometimes you're going for it because it's easy to call.
Mm.
If other players are reading your hand, they might not discard the suit that you want, but still generally a lot easier to call than other hands just because you have that Yaku there.
Yeah, usually the first call is free. Sometimes the second call is free, depending on the table, the people you're playing against. At that point, you're on your own, but that initial setup is definitely potentially very
But
valuable.
when you can
Speaking of,
pawn, it's a lot better because the player to your left is going to be uh, squeezing the suit that you want, but the other players generally won't until you have overflow.
very true.
So
But
the
right now,
pawns are good.
either way, though, she is now tempo waiting on the green dragon right here. I think we've seen one discarded, which means it may be used as a safe tile, but it has just been the case where someone played kept the dragon as a safety tile for reach and then ended up dealing in. So maybe lightning can strike twice and the same strategy can work. We'll see. Also, with 2 green dragons out there, you could just draw it and win yourself, of course.
Noda is just one away. We'll see her for a Sanshoku hand as well. 6, 7, 8. Oh, sorry,
Hmm.
now it's one away for a Sanshoku. It was 2 away a second ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I like
was
that she
being
had the 6, 7, 8,
psychic.
9. Like I think she had at one point it was 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and she decided, you know what, I'm not going to keep this 4, 6. I want the 6, 7, 8, and I like that decision.
Hopefully it
Hopefully, it
pays
will pay
off. We
off.
still have, yeah, a little bit of time left.
Okay, chance for a weight improvement right here. Don't need the
Or
green anymore.
I wonder how
Oh, the
much.
Itsu's real. Tenpai waiting on 3, 6, 6 of characters is Dora, and it's also going to be Itsu
And
for
Pinfu, I
Kyoumori.
think,
And
because
Pinfu,
oh,
yes.
except for
But
Takahashi will win, and she needed this as dealer.
yes, absolutely.
Counting the foo there, lots of foo.
Yes. Khan did not flip any Dora, but it does always give Fu, especially when it's an on-tile Khan. So claiming a nice little pot, getting back into the game, not quite gaining any positions just yet, but while you keep your dealership, you can keep winning. And so, will
And
the
that's
next
because
deal?
I think she drew the 7, right? So it was counted as a
Yes.
Tanki weight plus the Tsumo, which got her up to 50 fu instead of 40.
Yeah, I think it was technically 4-7, but like she got the 7, so yeah, exactly. You can treat that as a pair weight. Exactly. Yes. It's always an interesting situation, I guess, there, when you theoretically could use a tile as a pair for a Tanki, but also could also yeah. So I think the forward also works in that situation.
You
So
got to
it's
make sure
kind
you
of
count
fun.
it. You count it.
Exactly. This is a pretty interesting start. And obviously, look at this. I think Itsu in the Manzu suit, missing the 3. I think the 3, 6, and a 9. So 3 tiles needed for it. But when you're starting up, being 3 tiles away from a Yaku, it's reasonable to at least keep that in mind. So 3, 5, and 9.
I think the one it was a 3. I think the one that you actually might miss with the foo there is if you draw the 4, it counts as a kanchan weight, right? Because you have the 4, 5, 6 shape with 7, 7, and then the 3, 5 shape remains.
Oh, interesting. I could have. I would
So that
probably
one
would have
is
not seen
often
it that.
missed, yeah.
Yeah.
So either way, it would have been 50 foo.
Hmm. All right. So yeah, it looks like everyone else has got a little bit of work to do, except for Kyoumori, who's just trying to get a nice quick win. We are in South 2. She is very close to first place. And I think what's she called? Are they both Yakai? No, one of them was the 1 pin. I can't see the other one. I think it's Yakai. I've got to assume it's Yakai. It looks like the South? Green Dragon? Green Dragon looks like. Okay. So
Really hard to tell there.
it is. But either way, though, if that is Yakuhai and we've got a triplet of the 1 pin, we have the potential. Yeah, potential
Impact.
half flush. And of course, potential Toy Toy. If we do get the 3 or the 5 pin. 4 pin will do it. We'd see 3 of them right here in the dealer Noda's hand. Sorry, the dealer Takahashi's hand, my apologies. But wait, another reach? Oh, Noda did reach. Yes.
Noda
So
did
she
reach,
is currently
and
waiting on
Kyoumori
the.
is Tempai with her flush. And just
So
upgraded to Toy Toy?
she absolutely did. Yes, I believe the 5 and the 2 was it.
9?
I have to quickly check to see what the other weight in the Champon was.
9. 9.
5 and 9 versus the 7 of bamboo for this. No, it's 6. It's 6 9. I take it back. Not too bad. Both the 6 and the 9 are right here, and they both will deal in. That is going to do it. I think it's on the worst side too. Gets the pure sequence. Doesn't flip Uradora, but reach Eiko. I think it was a pair of white dragons. It wasn't a triplet.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the hugest hand, but helps get Noda into a position where she can fight for that first place. We were talking about the 10,000 point gap, right, of that Mangan Sumo. Noda now within 10,000 points of second. A little bit more than that, we can get into first.
I think actually
More
she's
important.
in, as it stands right now, with she's Mangan Sumo range of first place while Sugiyama is dealer.
Well, yeah, that's fair, yeah, exactly. More importantly, I think shut down Kyomo's hand, because that would have been huge. The half flash, the Yakuhai, the all triplets, that would have been so good.
Yep.
So
And it
the
was, yeah,
points
it
you
was the
denied. Yes.
South and Red Dragon and Toy Toy and Hoitsu.
Yes. That may be the reason why Kyoumori does not get first place. The fact that it was able to take a hand and shut that down. So yeah. So we'll see. She needs to get, as I say, Mangan Suma right now to jump ahead into first. So let's have a look at how her hand's looking and see if there's any chance of that happening reasonably. We'll say Attila hand looks very strong. I always look, and I'm thinking Itsu, but also even just all inside is perfectly good here. It's a decent start for Noda, but I don't think it's Mangan. Still, a good hand here, or even just any hand here, gets us into a better position for all last, so it's always worth fighting for it. Meanwhile, Kyomo's hand needs a bit of work, so we'll see. I could say like, Noda could be making a lot of value here. Like obviously, it's a long shot, but she also has a chance of going for that Sand Shocky on the 678 or 789. Sometimes when you want to make value, you have to go for the long shots. So we'll see. We'll see if it pays off. 1 away for Sugiyama though. Okay, not taking the 1 away. Instead, keeping the 5 as a good floater. Perfectly acceptable. Probably will pay off. We'll see. Because yeah, dependency on the 7, there would have been pretty rough. The 7-pin is
She
just
has a lot of head scratching hands today.
yeah, they've just been kind of awkward, right? We've already cut the 8 of bamboo, so I guess we kind of have to just cut the 3 or the 6. It's not a weight we want, but we can always upgrade by drawing the 4-pin, or even if we're lucky, just complete it anyway. So still one away for Digo Sugiyama. Sort of a side grade. Takahashi's just so far away from it. Unfortunately for us, we immediately get punished by discarding the 3 and drawing the 2 immediately afterwards. I think it was the right decision to discard the 3 at the time.
It only
But
came because we discarded the 3.
that is definitely it, yes. Yeah,
If we'd kept
this
the
tile's
3,
not
it would have
important.
never come. Yeah.
The tile's not important until you discard it, and then suddenly it's the most important tile in the game. Yeah. Dora draw for Noda, giving up on the Sanchoku, which is a little bit far away, and hoping we get Dora 2 instead. Perfectly acceptable. Value needs to come from somewhere, and Dora is one of the easiest places to make that happen. That's pair number 4. I don't like going for 7 pairs, but 7 pairs all inside is definitely a route that could be taken for Kyoumori. If we draw a 5th pair. Ideally, we draw subsequences or something that means we don't have to go for 7 pairs, but when you've got 4, you've got to consider it. Still one away for Sugiyama, not quite getting there just yet. Another excuse to maybe get away from the 7 pairs hand, making that 2-4-6 shape instead. So many tiles that make a sequence instead of a pair. And meanwhile, Takahashi draws Dora, the second one we've seen. She also very needs value, so keeping it for now, just in case we can get Dora 2.
Yeah, I
Anything
think
needs to sell.
Takashi's hand, you're like, well, I'm probably going to end up folding this, but try and keep the shapes as long as possible. Pair up for the Dora for Noda.
Yes, one away for will end up being just Reach Dora. Actually, wait, no, she's not in the East seat. It's not the East round. Reach Pin for Dora 2, if she's lucky. More than happy enough to see that. Obviously, we have to draw the 8 of characters, or the 6 to upgrade to a Yamen weight to get that Pinfu. But because the East is not Yakuhai, we can build Pinfu with that. One of the reasons why the Pinfu is like one of the worst Yakus to try and explain to someone. Like, the pet can be used here. What do you mean a pet can be used here? Yeah, of course. But it looks like everyone else is stalling out a bit, so we'll see as we go into row 3. Another pair. Again, maybe we go 7 pairs for Takahashi too, just because of that East. We need to find a way of using it.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with cutting the 5-pin. If I'm being super aggressive. No, 5 mana, okay. We're not going to try and force pairs here. Perfectly fair. In the meantime, that actually... Yeah, that's perfectly fine. It's a good hedge, actually, yeah, of course. Now you have the option of tripling up the East for even more value, but also getting the 8 mana still is really the ideal draw for that Pinfu hand. A chance to change out of 7 pairs here. Just go for the all inside. The question has to be, though, how safe is the 4 of characters? It's safe enough. Gonna go 4-pin first, though. And that's the Pinfu type tempo we were talking about earlier.
There it
Choosing
is.
the Dharma.
Her team has a
Pinfu.
commanding lead. She maybe wants to just hope that somebody else will tempai, like right here, and discard it. Sugiyama going from the open-ended gutty, the 3-5-6, a 3-5-6-7-7-8 shape. Never want to discard that 3 until you're tempai just like that, because you lose the 4 acceptance. But Noda will draw
And
it first.
so technically, Pats was on the table. We would have drawn it had we managed to reach first, but You never know. If we'd reached, the Apache wouldn't have come, right? That's we can you can make that argument if you want. But yeah, it takes the Riichi stick from Sugiyama
Yeah.
and actually gets in a position here where now she wins the next hand, she can get first place. How do you say that? If we got Reach and Ipatsu, she would be in first place. But we'll see how Southwell
Yeah,
goes.
I think she's not worried about getting into first place as much as Sugiyama is.
That's
Um,
honestly very fair.
she needs to
Yeah.
just like that, just get as many points as possible with the minimum risk.
Yes.
She risks dealing into a dealer reach. Sugiyama reached right after she tempai'd as well, so right after Noda tempai'd, Sugiyama also tempai'd and reached. Uh, so you avoid those risks, and that means she can fold to the dealer whenever necessary.
Makes a lot of sense. So Kyoumori has the kind of hand that you want to try and. I think you need to give it a little bit of a kick to really make it land. But we have opened with Adora. We have opened with a pair of the Green Dragon. It's definitely the kind of hand that I would be very aggressive with, especially in all last with the Oka that sort of bonus of first place. I know you don't want to win just a very cheap hand, and Green Dragon Dora 1 is obviously not that, but I would be calling this if it was me. Very disciplined, and honestly rewarded. Drew Dora instead by skipping the Green Dragon. I'll take that's a reward if ever I saw one. I'd have been so aggressive though,
Yeah, in
because I want to
Kyo'mori's
make sure I.
position, every small win gives her opponents also another chance at overtaking her.
That's
If
true.
she just won 1,500, she'd be in first place, but anyone else would just need 1,000. So I think it's fair to just try and go for a little bit more value here, make a little bit more of a gap, some safety points. Because she has to continue as dealer. She cannot end the game just by getting into first place, the way that
That's
Sugiyama
very true.
and Noda can.
Yeah, I would have been very aggressive for the two-hand dealer, but yeah, as you say, one hand for anyone else at that point, you still lose your position. Having said that, though, she now
I might
has
have gone
three
for
hands.
Kokushi if
She
I was
calls.
Takahashi.
Actually, have I missed the Kokushi attempt? Maybe. No, 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 not quite.
There's
But
no,
when you have
not,
that kind of.
yeah, she's not doing it, but I might have done it.
So here's my spicy take. What do you think about keeping the East for Kyoumori? Because we have the chance of the 7 pairs hand. I think we have 5 pairs in the hand right now. You'd have to get rid
Mm.
of a sequence, I think.
See, look at this. I would have had that one in the 9 still, and still been 5 away, but probably still going for
I think that's the difference between you and I, Jen. You
it.
have faith. You believe in hands like Yakuman. I wish I had that level of faith.
If
I would have given up and
we're
like, I'm just gonna make a Mon.
behind, then why
That's
not?
true. Yeah, you got to
What
play to
else
your
is
win
she gonna do
condition.
with this hand? Like,
There's actually a very real chance we're just never gonna see that green dragon though. It may never come out. Ooh,
yeah.
5 man gets us another step closer. Gets us away from that 7 pairs route, but perfectly okay, I think. Keeping the 2-4, the 2-2-4 left over in case we do draw the 3 of characters. I
She
like
might
that
be
too.
able to shift to a Tanyao if that green dragon really never comes out.
Mm. Ah, but that would have been the Chitoi Tenpai.
Mm,
No,
one
no, no.
away again.
That's not. Still one away, yes. Exactly. Meanwhile, speaking of
Hopefully
one away,
disastrous.
Noda is also one away for a potential Sanshoku. 6 of 8 need all 3 suits.
I think if I'm Kyo'mori, I start to think about calling the Tanyao at this point.
Hmm.
Pon and
Yep, that's
green
exactly what we
dragon.
see. I mean, it's draw a 3-2,
Nope,
but
she's gonna go for the back door into the green dragon.
it is once discarded. So, in theory, it might come out if you can present your hand as Tanyao. Don't know if we're going to be seeing that come out from Takahashi, though. We'll see. We'll see.
If it was
But
in anyone else's hands except for Takahashi, it would
yes,
probably easily come out. But Takahashi really has nothing she can do with this hand, so there's no reason for her to take any risks at all.
yes, exactly. I do think if we draw if we bridge that 2-2-4 with a 3 and have 2-2-3-4, I do see maybe cutting green green. All this here, maybe. Is now the time to cut green green? Yeah, it is.
There it is. All right, finally.
Yes. Meanwhile, a Dora draw and a really good Dora draw too. Try to force the Sanshoku. In fact, that's Tenpai winning on the 7 of characters from Noda for Sanshoku Dora 1, which I think is enough to overtake even with that reach. Should quickly go check that again. It's a closed Sanshoku, so yeah, of course it is.
Oh,
The
perfect
perfect armor.
draw. Yeah. Except, okay, I guess a 2 or the 4 would have been perfect, but pretty good draw. Tenpai.
So yeah, I do really like the Dharma from from Noda. Just because it is more than enough to get first place.
Yeah.
It's a bit sneaky. I don't think anyone's going to be playing the 7. It is obviously, I believe, once discarded and the other 3 are held, but were to come out, it's enough. I think it's enough. Oh, but no, it's not going to come out. There's our last 7, I think, which is a bit unfortunate. But maybe
Fortunate for Noda. Oh, we have an open-ended upgrade here, 5-8 character weight now instead of the 2-4. But not very many tiles left. Although all those 7s are being used, the 8 is not easy to use.
exactly, yeah. 4-man has just cleared. So maybe there's a world where someone plays a... No, I don't think it's a world where someone plays a 7.
I think I only see 2 8s and not very many 5s.
Mm,
I think Kyoumori actually has a really good chance of drawing this.
we should
There's
do a
one
bit
5 in the
of...
discard here. I think that's it.
I think my count is currently 5, unless there's things in other people's
Yeah.
hands. Sorry, 4, which means there's 4 tiles left. Yeah, I think it's 4 tiles. It's actually not that bad at all. Exactly.
Especially yeah, with so few tiles left. That's a pretty good... And there it is.
And there it is. Yeah. So we will go again with Kyoumori now in the lead. Huge hand, Dora 3.
And a
It's going
big
to be
lead
hard.
now. Yeah,
Yeah,
imagine if she had only gotten the 2,900 that you wanted.
true.
Now she can just say no 10 at the end of the hand. As long as she doesn't deal in. I don't think anyone is even within Mangan Sumo range. I think it's just outside of Mangan Sumo range for Sugiyama.
Yes, 12,000 points. More than that is not going to be enough. Exactly. Yes. So now, can Kyoumori defend this? Probably, but everyone's going to be gunning for that. Everyone's going to be trying to get that direct hit. Or at least Noda and Sugiyama are. I think Noda probably doesn't even necessarily care, right? If Noda gets above Sugiyama, that's a win for her team because I'm not going to say no one cares about Mahjong Splash's score, but compared to the other teams on this table, last
Not as
place
bad,
getting points is not anywhere near as serious as, say, second place getting points, right?
Yeah, also for Noda, it's definitely better for Mahjong Splash to be in first place than for Matsukaze to be in first place. So this is definitely not a bad development for Noda and the Welchao team.
Exactly. I'm still going to cheer for Mahjong Splash. I hope they win all 3 games today. They get back in the saddle, in the running. Yes, a chance to get into that position because it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see a massive comeback at the very end. It's always fun for me. But having a quick look at this, it looks like Takahashi maybe has 7 pairs as an option, but doesn't really have huge amounts of value. 7 pairs all inside, maybe 7 pairs all inside Dora 2. Like there's value to be found, but maybe all triplets. Maybe. We'll see. But it's going to be a tough ask, I think, for them. Looks like 7 pairs is the plan. We're kind of saying that early siege trap to wait on the 8 of dots there, hoping that that will eventually trick people down the line. Sneaky, I like it. Otherwise, yes, it's kind of tough, really. You don't really have that many win conditions, but you still got to try and find something to play for. Sugiyama doesn't have a lot of value, but she's going to be just trying to win a cheap hand to try and continue, well, to at least save second place. So she places above her competitor in first. That gap gets closed up a little bit. Pairing up the 5 bamboo here does change things a little bit, though. Suddenly, maybe 7 pairs again for Sugiyama with the Dora 2. Exactly what I was saying that Takahashi wanted to make, but
Ooh, I
perhaps.
like this draw. Oh, going for tateniu, like for Noda.
Yeah, I think Noda just really wants 3,000 points, but yeah, we'll see how that works out. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough on its own. We do, obviously, if we draw the Dora, it's not going to be a problem, but all inside on its own probably is not going to be enough to overtake. The 9 bamboo does not do it either. Keeping it though, just in case you draw 7, I guess. Yeah, Takahashi really needs to make some value somewhere, so keeping the 6, 7, 8 is just not good enough. That's the north, okay. Not that useful. Everyone's just kind of stalling out right now. We obviously have Takahashi, who is going for that best hand, still one away. Doesn't necessarily have to be 7 pairs from Sugiyama with Dora 2, but it's definitely a potential route to a Hanuman, which maybe on a direct hit is enough to overtake. Direct hit or maybe some extra Riichi sticks being thrown onto the table. But still not quite getting those draws. Kyoumori is still bidding a hand. She can just fold if she wants to. But given the score situation, raw score does matter, and even just an extra 8 points for her team would be very, very good. Being dealer, having a chance to win points is always going to be a valuable chance. Pairing up the 5, pairing up the 5 of Bamboo Dora as well for dealer Kyoumori. Maybe we're going to be here for a little bit more. Maybe she's going to get a little bit more of a lead before this game runs out.
And our team definitely needs points, so stacking up that value as dealer is great. And then if she feels any danger, she can just fold and take the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And with that 2 of Bamboo, Yodel Seeker is now available, so we can now use the 6-9 as a weight and still have a Yaku we could Dharma if we really, really want to. Does have the dependency on the 3 of Bamboo, though. I know we have some 3-sided drawers out there, but with 1 discarded and 2 held here, there are none left to draw, so we'll see. We'll see. But being Tenpai is still good. I'm really curious to see if Kyoumori is going to, if she gets a Tenpai, she's going to keep the Tenpai or if she's going to break it at the last minute just to end the match. Because at the end of the day, points are points, and it's definitely worth trying to score them. I don't know, we'll see. Other players are now making that match. She's making a move right now. So I was talking about Sugiyama, sorry, my apologies. Kyoumori calling to make sure she is fighting for every single point she can get. Still one away, though. In the meantime, yeah, looks like Kyoumori could be. Her discards don't look like a flush, but she hasn't discarded any of the character tiles, so could imply that maybe her hand's got a few of those character tiles just lying around.
Mm.
It
Sugiyama
was
stuck to
Sugiyama.
those pairs. Says the Tudora, but
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I think because two people have a Dora each, they're blocking each other out a little bit. It's going to make both of their lives just a little bit harder. Ooh, that's okay. Not taken. Still dreaming about that. 7 pairs hand doesn't want to just make a normal boring tempai. This could just end in no 10 for everybody, unfortunately. This game could end with a whimper.
after being in first place, just plus what 8 is really anticlimactic for Sugiyama. So I understand her wanting more points.
Hmm.
Looks like she's gonna. Yeah, she's trying to decide whether to commit to the pairs or not, and commits to not the pairs.
She's
There's
one
that
away.
shape again. Yeah, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 7, and she chooses that over the pair of 8s.
Yeah, I do like the move from everyone here. Like Sugiyama's one away. She knows she's not going to be able to win this hand, but she's just doing whatever she can to try and get into tempai. Could have pawned to get there, didn't get the chance. But keeping that option open for that sort of extra tiny amount of points. But the game will be over. Huge win for Team Mahjong Splash and Kyoumori. Still a long way to go for them to get back into this league. But with 5 games left to go, she can do it. Second place to Sugiyama. Well played. Very needed for their team. Third place to Noda. Losing a few points, but not too bad. Fourth place, sadly, to Takahashi, who apparently never loses, according to Jenn.
It's the first time in history that
The first
I've
time in
ever
history.
seen her lose. So, yeah, I mean, great track record.
Honestly, yeah, everyone here is very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Oh, thank you for joining the memberships. I appreciate that.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Lux.
Gonna get that
Thank you.
jersey. Gotta get that jersey.
Honestly, yeah, exactly. Got to be in it to win it. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, I guess before we move on, we should probably talk about some maybe a tour with M League coming to the US.
I think we were gonna do the podcast read first.
And we're going to do the podcast first. You know what? That's totally fair too, because I mean, said podcast has a certain person you might recognize.
And I have to rush off, but yeah, if you want to break from Mahjong, don't miss the Skabon International podcast on. Oh, I didn't center that. Oops. I have to do a new image for next week. Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Japan time on Thursdays. And I guess in Europe that would be morning on Thursdays. Jenn and Sayaka. Sayaka and I speak bilingually, just on a whim. We just say whatever we feel like in whichever language we feel like. We often have guests as well. We've had Rika Aoki, who is a sci-fi writer. She's got a few books out. Also, we had Benjamin Boas, pretty well known in the Mahjong community, also ambassador for Cool Japan. We've had Riki Okanda, who is a director here in Japan, originally from Chicago. And we had Majin Obama as well in December, who is a fighting game community big name. So lots of fun guests, but even when we don't have guests, it's super fun times. Oh, actually, even KY, Jenn's husband, showed up as a guest one time. So yeah, just lots of fun. We haven't missed a week since we started in September. Even when we can't make it, we have done bank shows. So lots to catch up on Spotify or Amazon Podcasts, iTunes Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts, we're there. And also Heidi,
Yes.
who, if you know, Heidi is a big Mahjong streamer, VTuber. She is our producer, so we get to hear from her every week as well.
Awesome. Yeah. I say, yeah, even if you're not watching it live, you can definitely still check out the VODs. So good to know that they're all spread out around in lots of different places if you're looking for it. That's amazing.
Yep, the mahjongjen YouTube channel. All right, and I will hand it off to you to introduce our next commentators, but I have to run off. So thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you, Jenn. Jenn and I will be Harris out in a bit, but someone else will be Harris in. And also, we have Nathanael. Sorry, I mean Nathanael. You're both in today.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, Cairo. You flop sometimes. That was a cook. You did good. That's a good one. I'm stealing that. You've unleashed a monster. Now I've never even thought about putting that in my arsenal. So I want to thank you personally for that. That's going in the lexicon.
Harrison did not need any more added into his arsenal, but if there was going to be one, that's definitely a perfect addition. Thank you so much, Cairo.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I will leave you two to enjoy the next match. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll be watching it.
Excellent. So are we. All right. Exciting game one. Although the last hand ended in Ryukyu, we'll see what can go down in game two. Harrison, are you ready for these players?
As ready as I can be. I got some heart medicine just in case. I know we're seeing high, exhilarating, insane level mahjong just like yesterday. So I'm doing my best to prepare.
All right. Game number two. We've got in the East seat for Team Manmaru House, Maiko Kawahara, JPML Pro. In the South seat, representing Team Matsukaze, Azumi Sugiyama, once again, SPM Pro. In the West seat, representing Team Mahjong Splash, Nao Kyoumori, RMU Pro. And finally, in the North seat, representing Team Welchao that entered this series with such a dominant lead, it is Haruka Komiya, another Psychoism Pro. Should be a good one for sure.
Mm-hmm. I am very, very excited to see how this game goes.
And we are going to have a little bit of a repeat in terms of players between games. We saw Jenn playing all three games for Team WRC this week. I wonder if we'll have the same for these players, depending on who's online for that individual chance, a chance to make the individual playoffs.
Yeah, it looks like we have now Kyoumori as well as Azumi Sugiyama repeating from game one, right?
That's it. Kawahara will take our first discard, holding one copy of the two Pandora, relatively strong central tiles. Could be a Tanyao, openable. If you draw the two pin pair, that'd be fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Komiya with a lot of honor tiles. What could this mean?
I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, bold 4-pin cut too. Not even cutting one of the honors like the South that was once cut. Clearly, Komiya really, really wants to go for that Honitsu, lock in those good, nice points.
Yeah, of course, also should be noted, Komiya for Team Welchao definitely has a significant advantage still, about 128 points over the rest of the group, over the closest competition. So can't afford perhaps to play a bit cautiously when the hand looks like it's pretty far from making it. Make sure you have safe tiles to everybody.
Yeah, just play those nice high value hands, try and extend the lead, make a play on the individuals. And if you need to take some sumo hits, your team can afford it. You'll be fine.
It does look like she has the ability to open with the East should it come out. So it'll be interesting to see if she does take that call, though.
Yeah, maybe we might see a wait for the first one or a wait for the second one to come out. But with the North pickup here, now it's decision time. And I was going to say, she was thinking about cutting those Sozu, goes right for it, going to cut the 2 and 3 of sticks. And I would not be surprised for some snap call honors as the other players are building their hands.
Yeah, pulled comes out instantly on this North.
Yeah, we're playing open, we're playing aggressive, we're scaring the table. With that being a Yakuhai 2 after the East call, it will be guaranteed Mangan. We'll have to see how many more Yakuhais get picked up as we see Sugiyama gets a 9-mon, try and increase the usefulness of those shapes, try and build in some of those weaker ones to have more use. But it really feels like nobody's kind of speedy this hand.
That's true.
Like almost Kawahara's got the best chance.
Yeah,
so
Kawahara
far.
and Sugiyama both with the 2-pin singleton, nothing attached to it. It's going to be
Yeah.
a slow road for them if that continues to be the path. Kyoumori has no Dora, but she can easily use it with the 3-4 pins. So really, Komiya looks to be doing the best so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we get to the later parts of the round. Even though we're getting shown Manzu Honitsu by Komiya if we're playing at the table, the Dora still with like a pawn or something could be a very big deal. And so I'm almost wondering if the players are going to hold on to that 2-pin and without drawing around it are kind of going to be forced to fold from it.
Sugiyama here has an easy path to use all of the shapes, all the tiles in the hand, except for the Dora, so it's very natural to see that come out eventually, but while there's a chance to pair it up, she's going to hang on to it.
Yeah. And Komiya hasn't really hit any Honitsu draws or paired up any Yakuhais, as we see the slight upgrade for dealer Kawahara. Get that Sun Menchan. Likelihood of fixing that shape is much, much greater.
Nice draw.
Same here. We have Eiko fill in for a little bit better of an Ishanten.
Ishanten. We'll cut the 3-mon first preemptively, believing Komiya is not yet Tenpai. Oh, there's the Easts.
Scary, especially after 2 calls. We can see the hand's not great, but yeah, Kawahara is scared, especially with it being 2 Han too. A little bit more incentive to keep that tile for a bit longer than you normally would.
Kyoumori draws the 4-pin, not quite the connector she was looking for, would have preferred the 3-pin, but it's good enough to immediately break out for the 4-4-5-5 so shape. She'll only make 1 block in the Zozu and then try to use the Dora.
Ooh, Kawahara definitely clocks that the East is weird, but not afraid to push the form on as Sugiyama finds Ishanten.
Yeah, so I had drawn that 4-pin earlier, and now the 3-pin. The perfect fill.
Yep, not too bad. Cuts to 8 too. Wants to look aggressive to the table, slow everybody else down, keeping those honors that aren't seen to try and back people away a bit more. 5-pin, not messing with that. Sugiyama would have reached pin Fudora for most Tenpais there. Question is, can we get there before the end of the hand, and can we Riichi with it and get a deal in? Although we can see Komiya is far, real far.
But it's funny that she is actually posing a much larger threat than is actually present in her hand. She's already cut 2 Mon tiles.
Definitely looks to be Tenpai. But as we see, almost no chance that the reveal happens. Kawahara is married to this East, does not want to throw it. Komiya just does not have the draws to get to Tenpai by the end of the round. Second Haku out. That'll help a little bit. Chun pair up all of a sudden. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we have just enough. Question is, with Dora pair, yeah, we're still married to that East. Can't drop it.
Yeah, you'd have to actually cut another block besides the East, so understandable that she wouldn't choose to go that path. This is another tough spot. We'll try a Mon tile. The 1 Mon does go through.
Yeah. Figures it's a little less useful than the 4, and as we can see, a great call. And with that Anko of 2-pin, all of a sudden, maybe we have just enough of a path. We would have to drop the East for most Tenpais. Maybe just barely we can squeeze out a Tonki weight on the East before the end of the round.
9 Mon and East too hard to push for Kyoumori.
Yeah.
Tenpai here.
We're not going to do it.
And no Tenpai here.
I missed as well. So it looks like everybody no Tenpai at the end of the round, unless I think there's one miraculous Chun that can still get drawn. It just barely misses it. Throw a Chun from hand, try and get somebody to call. Does not happen. Dealer misses Tenpai yet again.
So in the
I
end,
actually really like that Chun drop from Komiya, the more I'm thinking about it, because I think that's almost a fake that she's purposely like folding out.
Yeah, it's kind of
like
interesting,
something weird like that. Or purposely.
I remember seeing Haku on the table. I think the Chun, I don't recall seeing the Chun.
It was once out.
Once
I
out,
believe.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
So especially
Haku
with the
would have
notes,
left the
but-
Tenpai chance alive. Well, not really
Mhm.
alive because you can't pull in the last discard, but
Yeah.
would have preserved the shapes. The tune really does back out completely.
Yeah. What if it was some sort of play to make it look like she was just folding out just to be super duper safe? Maybe she draws a bad Tadashi, doesn't want to take the risk. That way you're not giving away that you weren't actually a threat the whole time to the table.
Needless to say, that play of
Mhm.
faking, I don't want to say faking because it actually kind of got there, but
Yeah.
showing Honitsu and then cutting the Mon tiles early, despite being
Aggressive,
very
yeah.
far from Tenpai, really threatens the table. And everyone drew that drew a copy of the East or the Red Dragon could not
And
continue
just
their
backed
hands.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Completely stalled the table. Super duper cool play. And as we go into this next round, it looks like Sugiyama's a bit left behind in speed. Kyoumori quite quick with the Hatsu pair in good shape. Looking the same for Komiya without the Yakuhai. Hell, even Kawahara has got a good Eiko, only a 2-pin away.
Komiya once again with a North pair, but this time not in the North seat. So although it's Dora
Is
2,
Dora 2 though?
cannot open for it, so we'll need to reach you most likely.
Could even sneak a Pinfu Dora 2 if they so desire, but I'd imagine on most ways you'll take the Riichi for the guaranteed Mangan.
Nice Diamond pull here. Once again, Sugiyama
Tune.
with one copy of the Dora. We'll see how long that stays in hand.
Mm-hmm. Bit of a decision here. Komiya thinking about Itsu keeping that 2-mon. Is going to cut away from the Pinzu. A little bit redundant, but I always feel like when you get those shapes, the one you drop's the one you draw around.
Yeah,
So
unfortunate.
I can understand the hesitancy for dropping one side of it.
The 2-mon, of course, has the value in terms of the Itsu that you mentioned. The
Yeah.
full straight 1 through 9 in the Manzu. The 7-so, if you draw the 6-so, you get a 3-sided shape. 2, 5, 8 acceptance, so that's super strong. And the 6 and 3-pin overlap to some degree. If we were playing with red 5s, she might have held the 6-pin over the 3-pin. But without red 5s, there's maybe the 3-pin will lead to a better weight in the future if you draw the 2-pins. So
Yeah, more likely deal-ins, a little bit safer in the long run. Definitely in Akanashi, players will typically prefer the lower side for weights like that. Or the more outer side, I should say.
and the other consideration is sometimes one can draw towards a Sanchoku.
Mhm.
And
Ooh,
if she-
Komiya breaks away, drops 2-mon with that 6. Can Anko the North and be able to keep it and have a pair afterwards. So clearly valuing that. A little bit more efficient than the 2-mon keep.
Oh, well, pair confirmed now in the 7, so
I'll drop the 9. Reducing the Manzu to the Ryanmin, just locking that in for the hands.
it'll
Likely
be
to end up on a double pair weight with Dora 7, but hey, Dora's hard to use.
Hatsu Anko. Kyoumori.
Something.
Big-
Kyoumori Ishanten.
Yeah,
Potentially
big
San Ninshan with 6-pin draw.
Ishanten as well for
Speaking of
Kawahara.
Ishanten.
And notably, Sugiyama dropped the North Wind ahead of time, so will not deal into the Shabu immediately.
Tenpai, and we are going to Dama. A lot of upgrades on that. Really like that Dama from Kyoumori.
Yeah, Central Tile Shabu, very easy to improve, especially when part of your Shampoo weight, the 2-pin, is connected to a sequence. Oh, tragic draw.
7-pin, it gets a bit more awkward, but we'll drop it right back. Still plenty of improvements, plenty of good draws to hit.
And with the Yakuhai in hand,
Yeah.
she can claim a win. Should
Mhm.
2-pin or 5-so come out?
See Tuso there. Komiya gets the 8s, so 6 or 9 so. Will complete the hands, or at least get to Tenpai.
5 pairs.
What a weird spot to get to at the end of the hand, especially as dealer. We'll cut 2-pin to start. And that will deal in Kyoumori taking the relatively cheap 1900. But does end the dealership for Sugiyama and progress the game. So now 2 dead dealerships as it goes to Kyoumori in the pilot seat.
Yeah, 1300 plus home bomb. Comes 16, and Kyoumori we've had a pretty fast game up to this point. Nothing too expensive going down. One Ryukyoku, one draw with nobody Tenpai, and then one very cheap hand. Kyoumori now has the dealership.
Yep.
Oh, Yakuhai pair and Dora 2, and 2 great so draws. Promising start as a dealer. Fantastic tateniu tiles for Komiya. Yakuhai pair for Kawahara and a few pairs. Could be Honitsu. Manzu flush. Maybe Pinfu style hand for Sugiyama. Komiya continues to draw well. Another month.
Yep. I mean, I think that was 5 pairs too, if I'm not mistaken. So very strong hand, a lot of high value routes that can go. Kind of the same for our dealer, Kyoumori. Ooh, Anko for Komiya. Now we have decisions to make. 3-mon, fairly typical, although you lose Sanshoku outs. Is the cut. And just 4 pairs for Kawahara. So not quite to the let's go Toitsu route, but definitely keeping it in the back of the mind. God, that Dora 2 for Kyoumori is going to be absolutely lethal, especially with the Chun out now. Shanten with that locked loaded. Whew.
And the ability to make a triplet of those Dora 2 with the backup of the 5 so pair potential.
Yeah, lock in the Mangan, ton of value. Ooh, as the bird, the Phoenix gets drawn Ankoed for Kawahara. Now some interesting Chanta routes and even some Toy. We're going to snap call the green. Have the Yaku. We'll have to see how the hand finishes.
That's a spot where if I'm Kyoumori and hang on a second, Tenpai.
4-pin Anko, and we're gonna take the Ryanman. No messing around with Sananko chances, just taking the higher win rate. 4-7 for Tateniu. Would be reach Tateniu, but with 2 Ankos, a lot of chances for, I guess, no Fu upgrades, but you could close con. You hit a con indicator, you start doing good things. Ooh, awkward spot for Kyoumori. What
push
is
something.
the discard here?
So I'm guessing 9-7.
Yeah, especially with the 1-8, it feels better unless you're bricking your Manzu shape, but that's not even that guaranteed save.
Okay, we'll throw the Dora Suji instead.
Yeah, Dora Suji doesn't deal into a shape with Dora most of the time.
Especially when you
have 2 Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually the like 6, 7, 8, 8 is the shape you're worried about. So especially when you have 2 Dora, it's like they would have to have the last 2 Dora. So I'm probably fine. At least if it deals in, it's just Riichi pots most of the time.
Well, this technically has...
4-mon?
Yeah. Because of the overlapping acceptance, if you go... hello, there's the win. Riichi
Tateniu.
Yeah. Cutting one of those
26.
middle so tiles definitely is slightly more efficient because of the overlapping acceptance of the 4-7 so needing that twice. Can lead to the worst weight though sometimes.
Yeah. It is interesting watching a lot of these players, how they decide between, like they decide at what point they want to sacrifice that edge efficiency in order to get much better end weights. Some players will just play the full efficiency route, even if they have some bad end weights. And then I see other players from like 2 Shanten just commit their hands away from a bad shape or 2, really trying to optimize their end weight and win rate from it. I mean, everybody's so good at defense in this league. It makes a lot of sense. You want to be able to have the most chance to sumo if you are going to get to Tenpai.
I think a couple factors are open hands versus closed hands. With open hands, you can more easily fill in bad shapes before Tenpai because you can call them. And then the other thing is dealer versus non-dealer. Dealer generally wants to be maximally efficient because they have a lot of power and get it to Tenpai quickly. Hang on a second, a lot of power here for Kawahara.
Ooh, a lot of decisions. We're not full committed to the Honitsu, but man, I got trouble thinking that we are not just going to start calling that down.
3 different honor options.
Yeah, a lot of players have single honors too that can be called from Kawahara. So I would not be surprised if when they start coming out, Kawahara starts firing. Although 7-8 round in, maybe we're not full Honitsu just yet.
If you get there closed, I guess slamming a Riichi is totally fine. But I really just do want to be flush, even without the Dora. There are 2 Yakuhai pairs in there, so that could be Mangan anyway. Could even be Toy Toy.
Yeah, you could add Toy Toy. There is a Shanta route on like a 9M draw if you get 7s afterwards. A lot of ways to get Mangan and then chase Hanemon from it. Especially with this North pair too. Like, unless you're able to throw that down, it feels like you almost just have to call it down for the Honitsu.
Well, speaking of Honitsu, we also have Kyoumori playing in the Suizo. Now, she does have a Dora, so that means maybe it's a little harder to justify the full percent, but that's good enough.
Yep, on the 7, it connects to the 5. You can also do some stuff with that 8 Anko. Just immediately commits to killing the Ryonmen, and as Ease comes out, snap pawn for Kawahara, and 8-so gets played, and now we are E Shanten with a potential monster hand. Make that Tenpai. Green's out 2. Guaranteed Mangan on the board if players read it as Onitsu, which they will.
No, they will
6M
for sure.
Tenpai. Can we upgrade the Toy Toy? There is one North left in the wall.
All of those pawns have been in the middle of the hand where the North pair is on the right side. Players might suspect one more honor pair, but it's not actually waiting on that honor pair. Now, if the North does come out, would you pawn for the Toy Toy chance?
Well, it's a weird thing. Normally, 100% when you have that 7-8-8-8 shape afterwards. The problem is, though, that 9M in the discard means that would be Furry 10. You would almost have to take that 5M Tonki. So it's a really awkward spot, especially with some of the other Yakuais dying, like Haku being twice out, and South, I believe, being dead with 2 out. It's a tough decision.
Yeah, of course, the 9-mon was discarded earlier for the chance at drawing to make the door in the better shape. Because 5-mon could have been also discarded for the Shabo Tenpai. So you're choosing between what the 8-mon North Shabo and the 6-mon Kanchan that has some improvements. And always an interesting choice.
I almost think that the only way for Kawahara to get to the Toy Toy is to draw the 4-mon Dora, switch to the Ryonmen away from the 7, and then pair up 4 or 5. With the 9s there, the 8s protecting it too. That would have been crazy for the Toy Toy Tenpai. But alas, 9M was thrown, and we will keep on our routes. Every player is kind of breathing on Tenpai too. We have, I think, 2 players, Ishan 10 and the other Ryanshan 10.
Yeah, players are getting close. Kyoumori has all these Sotal. Another one. Are you going to jam Monza now?
4-6 is so scary. And yeah, just deciding to cut the 1-so there. It's such a hard check. Especially being around the Dora. Like, there are 2 calls open.
Just 2 of the worst tiles.
Yeah, that too. So center and by the Dora. We can see it on dealer Komiya's face here too. She's really debating if she can drop that 7-mon or maybe even the 4-mon.
The hand is so good if you can just push the 7. It is Dora Suji. So she can see Yakuhai Honitsu for 4 Han.
Yeah.
It's only Hanemon if there's Dora 2 in there. Or Toy Toy.
Yeah, at this point, if Dora 2 is gotten, you'd almost think it'd have to be Toy Toy for the Baimon.
Well, no.
7-mon pair. I mean, that's Sanmen Shan Tenpai, Nate. That's hard. It's Dora, and she's slamming. Furry 10-2 on the Riichi Tanya Dora.
This is
258. It's bold, but man, is that going to be a nice hand. It's guaranteed Mangan because we have to sumo. Absolutely. As dealer 2, you'll definitely scare the table. That'll get some jitters.
What type of hand do you have that you're willing to jam the Dora into already showing Mangan? 6
Yeah.
is not it.
Won't do it this turn. I imagine it's going to be full shoves too from Kawahara, so definitely bold. The question is, who gets the 6-mon first, and can we get the 258 before it becomes a problem? 258 looking very, very scarce. Another 6-0 will not do it. How many 6-mons are left? 1?
Running thin for sure.
Mahjong. Oh, there's another 2-pin from the wall. Sugiyama eating the weight. Still treading on Ishan 10, and there's an 8-pin. I think there might only be 1 left. We are getting scarce for
These
dealer
tiles
Komiya.
were so live, but they're getting eaten up by the other players. And I think that might be part of the reason that incentivizes you to take this Riichi. If you see Kyoumori aiming for Sozu Honitsu and Kawahara aiming for Manzu Honitsu, the pin tile should be live on the wall. And there's another 8-pin.
God, every other player has drawn like 2 of them post Riichi, and Komiya can't hit it. I think that was the last one. I think it's dead. Oh, and now we got a decision for Sugiyama. I mean, surely you throw the 7. No one's going to throw 4-mon Genbutsu. We'll try it. It's probably a higher win rate, but man, that's tough. Oh, and another 2-pin the wall, and it's tricks. Oh, 1. I was going to say we could walk it down to a 2. Not going to take it, though.
And Sugiyama could get dumped by the 7-mon is safe.
Yeah.
3-pin. Finally a pin tile. We're getting closer.
Close.
I don't know if there's any tiles left for this weight, though.
Oh, there is 2 more draws. Okay, I thought that was Haite. On the 5, so that's going to be a miss. Yep, Sugiyama going to play the 7-mon. Fold out 5-mon. Too little, too late. Not going to do it. That will be Komiya and Kawahara revealing. Both expensive hands that could not quite finish, but Komiya does play a little bit of defense. Kyoumori Sugiyama completely backed away from that hand after the dealer reach, so still gets to retain dealership too.
So at the start of this game, we thought maybe Komiya might consider playing a bit cautiously, given her team's extensive lead. That is not the case.
Komiya's going, I got points to spare. We can take a hit. We're up right now. We can play a little fast, a little loose. We can afford a deal in or 2.
She's the protagonist of this show.
Yeah. But problem is, can the protagonist hit the draws on the wall? We saw nothing but misses from this last Riichi, and we definitely need a little bit of help from the wall with that high pie. We are far behind, and the same cannot be said about Kawahara. Wow, look at that. What is that already? Ryanshanten?
Super fast. And there's a Riichi stick homba in the middle of the table. We can consider that in terms of our value potential for the hands.
Yeah, plus 1,300, especially when scores are this tight. That is worth its weight in gold. Ooh, as we get a Shanten upgrade. We still have that Dora we want to play. We're not quite cementing it for Kawahara, but man, again, just so quick. Sugiyama's got a bit of shape, but not quite as fast as Kawahara. And Kyoumori ahead of dealer Komiya, but again, just does not have the speed that Kawahara is showing.
Yeah, Komiya very slow in this hand. Haku, unfortunate. Yeah, big question mark on that 5-mon. What's going to happen to the Dora? It's such an easy-to-use central tile that you really expect to be able to connect to it before you have to make a real decision about it.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. Although the question is, when efficiency strikes, can we justify it? I mean, there is still a little bit of overlap in the Sozu. Could play something like 7-so, could even play something like 6-so. Could even drop a pair, and 2-2-mon's going to be the way to go.
Yeah, there are 4
the
pairs
floating 5
in that hand. 4 pairs is just 2 more pairs than you really want it to be unless you're hedging a Chitoi, and 7 pairs in that type of hand structure did not seem too liable. So Even if you cut the 2-mon pair and you sort of backfire and draw another pair of the door or something, that's not even the worst case result, because then you have door 2 for your future Riichi.
That's not gonna do it. 1 pin.
Somehow
Keep it over the 9, but not exactly the best draw.
Yeah, walked into this 1 2 2 4 shape. Not a thrilling perspective. Oh, then 3 pins drawn too.
3 pin. That's good. I mean, we need a good solid pair. It's not the best, but it'll help our hand. I mean, Komiya and Sugiyama both have been kind of upgrading their hands slowly but surely, as Kawahara has kind of stalled out since the start of the hand. Hasn't really hit any good Shanten pieces.
Yeah, Sugiyama also playing quite interesting hand, seeking value out of these shapes, and is not willing to take a bad tempai. So the Tuso comes out even though it breaks up a shape. 3 4 5 Sanchoku is a possibility. We will still Pong. The north comes out.
Interesting. We'll call the Yakuai. We have the Dora. We're locking it in. Hand's still a bit away, so we're going to keep some safe tiles. Anticipate if another tempai comes that we can defend against it. Back away after if we do not have a good enough tempai to match.
Technically,
Question
the 6
here.
pin helps. The problem is we have too many shapes. We won't be able to use the door.
Well, I was going to say you drop the south, but I guess we really want to keep that safe tile.
Yeah, I think the consideration here is Kawahara, if she is going to use all of those shapes in hand, must then discard the Dora. And she's already decided that she will not do that. So might as well keep the safe tile and play towards the Dora acceptance, since we know we're going to need to drop that anyway, draw around that Dora anyway.
Fair. We could do weird stuff here. I was going to say we could drop 5 pin and then justify going Toitsu or even dropping down to a Honitsu for Sugiyama. Still a very interesting hand that could go a lot of different ways.
There's the 6 draw.
Shanten piece. We're finally there. Ishanten. Bit of a journey, but we made it.
Yeah, this
Which,
is...
speaking of, Kawahara also finds Ishanten same time.
Komiya with the Sanchoku chance, 6 7 8.
Yeah, might even snap call 7 pin 8-mon almost assuredly.
It's just being tempai with Yaku is so valuable at this late stage. Even if it reduces your value, I think I would definitely take it.
Hey, close scores, you get the guaranteed K10, 1300 in the middle too. Speaking of rocking a hard place, what are we going to do? You could discard 3-so here, but you are free 10 on 1 4, so maybe you just throw it back.
Yeah.
We'll
also she has to be careful of the open hand. I think it's called 2 or 3 times now. 2 times.
Yeah. We definitely are expecting a tempai there. The 2-pin switch after 2 of them came out. I wonder if players might suspect a Tonki.
Well,
very convenient timing.
Certainly.
1 pin.
Unfortunate. I would be expecting the hand to be pretty close to tempai. It wasn't. It was Ishanten from their perspective. And
now with the 5 after and the 4 calls, it could be anything.
Right, but it certainly confirms that it was a 2-4-4 shape, upgraded, and or 2-4-5, something along those lines. Yeah,
Ishanten will play the 3-pin. Yep. You're talking about it. Surely Kawahara saw that and recognized the 3-pin would be fairly safe.
This is a Chitoi opportunity. Yeah, we'll see the 4-so. And there are calls to be made towards Chinitsu with Dora. That could be huge.
Yeah, another plan. Bit of an ugly draw for Komiya. Definitely do not want to be checking that 5-8 Suji against the open player.
She can.
2-mon a little weird too. Likely tempai, but man, we want to keep our dealership here. We'll check the 8.
She can see 3 of the 6-so. Of course, we're this late in the round. One chance, not necessarily a lock. There's a Tempai.
Daman 6-man would be Tanyodora. 8-man. No switches there.
This is that
Still on
8-man
4-7
sheet.
Tempai.
Now, no longer Sanchoku because we cut the 8-so.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll play 3-pin, 3-pin, and dance further.
Yep, doesn't want to take the Tempai. Very interesting.
Definitely understands
not
the
like that
Manzu is a threatening suit.
Yeah. Too hot to back to back, but we have made our decision. Well, at least now we get 4-pin to call as well for Tempai.
Of course, it returns, goes back out.
7-pin, and look at that. We found it. A Chi now dropping 8-pin Tempai on 2-man with no Yaku. 3 draws left.
Ah, what are you going to cut? The Dora or the Dylan tile?
I might fold TBH.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. Now, the other consideration is how expensive does she think this hand is going to be? And it turns
That's
out
true.
it's not that expensive.
Something or one. Yeah. Just 2,300, 2K plus the Homba. So not the most expensive hand for Kawahara's dealing, especially valuing her own Tempai and chance of value.
Given that she can expect to lose 1,500 points already on Ryukoku at least, and that's assuming that there are only 2 players Tempai. She knows of 2 players. She doesn't know about the third necessarily, but that could also be the case for a full 3,000 point loss. With that in mind, dealing to 2,000 isn't that big of a loss, especially when you consider that she'd be gaining 1,000 points as well. So it's kind of an equivalent exchange.
Yeah. The EV is very, very even for the most part there.
Now, if she suspected Tor 3 somehow, then definitely would be a little bit more cautious about pushing there, but certainly unlikely to be the case.
Low chance on that tile. We have Chun pair for Komiya this ends. A little bit of speed, but shape not the best to go with it. And South pair up for Sugiyama. No Souths on the board yet. That 2-han will be locked, loaded. Purely a snap call. And Komiya kind of the most put together on the table here. We'll see the South out. Will Sugiyama call the first? She will. Hand's definitely a bit far back. Needs it for some value. No Sanshoku nonsense using Dora 9-pin. We'll cut 9, so play efficient. Feeling for Kyoumori too. It is looking rough for Kawahara to repeat. 2-man will help, but there are a lot of quick hands on this board.
Yeah, definitely
Seems to be
feels
kind of
like-
the theme for this game.
Right?
A lot of quick hands.
I guess that last one was one of the slower ones we had Ryukyoku in East 1, but
yeah,
outside of those couple, we've had very quick pass to Tempai.
Or at least players like having very put together hands, not a lot of like flexibility or far away draws, and then just kind of stalling out around the Ishanten, Ryanshanten range.
This could be one of those hands where we get 3 Riichis back to back to back.
Everybody gets past the post right at the same time. 5-man, that'll help a little bit. Ooh, cutting the 6. Maybe trying to trap that 7 just a hair. Yeah, confirm Medora too. Good point.
Ishanten.
Shanten. Fish some Sanshoku action too. Unlikely, but there's a world. We get there every now and again. This we are going to call the 7-man. Still Ishanten. Could do weird stuff here. We're not. We're going to play the efficient 1-man.
And this has a chance of ending up on the 9-pin Tanki. The Dora itself. Always a consideration when somebody opens up the Yakuhai and there's a hard to use Dora.
Yeah.
It's very natural to wait on that Dora tile at the end.
even if it's readable too, it's a hard thing to play by nature. So you can read it all day. The question is, can you get tempai on it or, fire back with something without dropping it from your hand? As we move into a very good Ishanten from Komiya. Not the most expensive, with just a tune pair and no door to boot, but would be the first tempai. Everybody's at Ishanten, I believe.
Yeah, Kawahara just had a great 7-pin fill. This is Tempai.
That'll do it. Slam Riichi on 1-4 for Riichi Dora 1.
Still Ishanten for Sugiyama headless. No pair in that hand.
And Ishanten here. The question is, will we take it? A lot of 1-4s, and we see the 2s, and we try the 1 chance, and it deals in E-Pots for each E-Pots Dora. Oh, goodness, this dealer. That 77 is going to hurt with this stat line.
Yeah,
Everybody's so close, and all of a sudden, Kawahara breaks free.
So little information. I think that 6-pin and an 8-pin had come out, but it's hard to push the 7-pin even with that knowledge, especially because the 6-pin came out first. And after a couple turns, the 8-pin came out later. It's very natural for that to be waiting with the Dora on the Dora penchant. So tried the one so first, but that ended up being the wait. And that's why Class A Yamen are good.
They work. Again, if you got no other info, you're going to check the 1 chance. And especially on that terminal, most of the time it doesn't get hit. So that's what people will check first.
So that puts Kawahara into a pretty decent position, 31,900. They only play over 3,000 points currently, but still not really pulling too far ahead just yet. Maybe this hand will be decisive in that regard. Although it looks like it'll be a struggle for her to put them together with the current tiles.
As Sugiyama draws south pair too with the west as well. We might even see a call here, and we will snap call for draw. I think we're thinking Honitsu with the south call. That would be Mangan. Locked, loaded, ready to go. Chase a toy for Hane.
Kyoumori is also Ishanten for Riichi Pin for potential Eiko with a 5-8 pin needle kit. He wants to grab one of those tiles and then slam a Riichi waiting on again that same tile.
Yep. Decision time. Kawahara sees a little bit of action on board, hand slow, trying to figure out how to respond. As we see Sugiyama cut the 3-pin, almost fully committed to the Honitsu. Well, 5-8 pin might be the end weight for Kyoumori. There's already a decent amount out. At least 2 of each just early. Ooh, South Anko. That is huge. That is so massive for Sugiyama.
Oh, this is tough now. Held the 4-mon to be able to work the door into the hand, but the door draw immediately leaves a Kanchan shape. Still, you kind of have to play for it. Even though the end weight could be worse, it does have slightly wider acceptance.
Yep. Nine pin, not going to do too much. It's discarded by dealer Kawahara. As there's that south, it's a question of how sticky that's going to be in Kyoumori's hand. Kyoumori definitely wants to fight, but Shonpai south, especially if you're on a 5-mon afterwards, it's going to be tough to justify.
Something that is interesting from the perspective of the other players, whenever you see a Diamond cut, that's a pretty telling move. It tells something about your hand. What it actually signals, though, is kind of interesting and unclear at this stage of the game. Because there's a player that might be signaling that they're aiming for a flush, it's possible that the player has drawn some so tiles that they don't like, and they have to break one of their pin shapes. This is a common route, though, this 6-pin, 7-pin, just double acceptance. And you drop one and accept the rest. Especially when you see the 2 so get pushed after cutting that. We don't think that the 6-7 pin was folding to the flush anymore. We think that it has to do with the shapes that are in the hand, just having too many.
Yeah, especially with those round-in cuts, you gotta have a real good reason. And exactly like you were saying, that is the most likely reason for most hands to cut in that way.
Yeah, you see the 6-7 cut, and maybe the instinctual thought is, okay, well that means that the upper pin tiles are clear. Like 5-8 doesn't deal in because they cut their shape that had 5-8. But in some cases, it actually more strongly implies that 5-8 is a shape that they're looking for.
Yeah. Four pin not gonna do it. We're starting to see some stalling out. Kyoumori, still Ishanten can't get there. This is Tempai. The question is, do we want to take it? And the answer is yes. Komiya is going to go for the Dora on the Forso. Hard suit, Sozu, high demand right now.
We saw the South come out earlier with no con from Sugiyama.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're
Yeah,
kind of
even
feeling
more
happy
call
that you didn't
open.
con.
Yeah. And this is the exact reason why you don't want to get trigger happy when you have a con option, because again, you're one of 4 people at the table. You got to be real confident you'll be the first one to win your Tempai if you're going to make that con.
Generally speaking, Diamond Con is typically seen as... Oh, we see the change of Tempai.
There's a call for Tempai. We'll drop 6. Set Suji on the 3, but with 2 out. It's hard. As we get another Tempai on 5 mon. Not going to reach it just yet, but Kyoumori found it. Question is, can she push forward? I almost only see Kyoumori challenging if another Dora is drawn.
Yeah, still
All other rounds seem a
Ishanten.
bit tough. Oh, Ishanten. I missed the Pinzu. I was thinking we drew 8 pin.
Yeah. It will be 4 mon, though. Looks like she's going to start to back away now.
Mm-hmm. 5 mon pair. Kawahara might be able to do some weird Toitsu nonsense. We're not settled yet.
Kyoumori full out now. So it's just a battle between Komiya and Sugiyama. 3-so versus 4-so. Here's another 4-so. I believe 1 copy of the 3-so remains.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Oh,
Or no, 3-so is completely
they're
dead.
gone. All right, so both weights dead? Is this the reality we're living in? Unfortunate.
Probably. That seems right, yeah. I mean, that's how it goes a lot of the time.
Yeah. Sugiyama at least has the opportunity to change the weight in the future.
Ooh.
Once a little
And that was the
nervous.
1-so pair up until that happened. But now I think we're set. We're either breaking away from Tempai, which if there's a draw to do it, it would be that one.
No, pushing.
And we're keeping it.
Sigh of relief as that one goes through.
Yeah, especially when it's not called for like pawn or any nonsense with the Dora tile. You're hoping the other hands are cheap if they win, especially in Akanashi where there's only 4 Dora to exist. Ooh, we might even see Kyoumori sneak back in the Tempai.
She was close
Yep.
before the Riichi.
Oh, this is last draw. So yes, was not able to. Just barely. Forgot there were the conflicting calls. Setting it to normal, so that will just be Sugiyama and Komiya Tempai.
All right, 1,500 to both.
Yeah, so kind of flip the standings between 4th and 3rd. Not quite for 1st and 2nd, but closing the gap. And man, it is close.
This game is not decided in any position.
Mm-hmm.
Still 4-way results possible for all of these players, depending on how things go.
I mean, we got 1,600 in the middle to help out too.
Okay.
And this is a solid starting hand. Look at that. Has some honored tiles to get rid of, but Sugiyama cannot complain too hard about that one. A lot of strong shapes. 2 pairs, technically 3. Not going to mess around with any Honitsu shoots, dropping the 2 so this early. We're going to sit and wait. Kyoumori's behind slow. Anko of the South. Some interesting things Komiya can do, but hand needs a little bit of shape help. And oh my god. What is that? Look at that!
This is going to be
Seeing
spicy.
green. Yeah, we are going to see some fights here. This table is loving to give out the Honitsus to these players.
Kawahara with all those Sozu. In fact, the 9s came out. Could have even decided to go for... Oh, no.
Yeah, but here you might just have to play 4-pin. So good. Could even do something weird, yeah, like 8, so trying to fish around 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku.
Exactly.
A little bit of a better end weight, too.
I think a really key note here for Sugiyama's hand is the 7-pin pair.
Mhm.
That 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. Not only does it give you the chance to incorporate another door, but importantly, that's 2 copies of the door indicator, where the third 7-pin is sitting the wall face up. So she knows that only one other player can make a sequence that uses the door.
Yes, very, very good information. You can do a lot with that. It's always a good, especially if you can get the Kabe on the door indicator. You know that someone is either waiting on the Dora or has Dora 2+, or just will not get the Dora or the Dora indicator for their end shape if they're fishing on the 1 Dora. It's very, very strong.
Yeah, if you can get a read... Oh, Tempai.
Senpai 2-5. Richinomi, but first past the post and Kawahara is up, so that is good enough.
Ishantan, Kyoumori might consider a challenge here from 4th place.
Yeah, still has a dealership, and Sugiyama is dealer, so on the sumo, Kyoumori will close the gap to Sugiyama, but time is ticking.
Tom.
Oh, with the 9-pin.
Sugiyama really wants to play for this. She has the Hatsu now as well. It'll just go through easily. If she can draw an improvement. Dora.
Dora. Well, we're at least not playing 4 Dora in the hand, so now even not even playing 3 Dora from Sugiyama's perspective. We're making a bit of a Tanya switch. Kyoumori definitely going to want to start challenging this Riichi given the right draws.
So in the area,
So
not quite it.
We're fishing. We're getting closer. Still a decent amount of 2-5s. I think there's still 4 in the wall.
That runs out of clean tiles to push, so she'll go south, south, south. Oh, we've drawn the Dora.
Oh, this is almost a little awkward. Yeah, do we have to play 6-mon?
Yeah, 6-mon,
Yeah,
2-mon.
we do. We just jam it.
Clearing some of the Suji and the Manzu and fight for your dealership. It's a big hand.
I mean, we're even like Shitoi Rihanshanten, so we have some draws where we might just consider dropping 3-mon. Doing some weird end weight stuff.
Oh, 1-mon Tempai.
Oh, with that 1-mon, we have to take it though. That'll be Riichi on 3-6 9-pin. An expensive hand, Reach Pin Fudora 2 on 9-pin, the Eiko to boot. But there's another copy of the 6-pin. Pressure stacking Kyoumori. What's the drop?
She always has 6.
Man, nothing looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And so we're full now. We don't want a single piece of this. We've had another 6-pin immediately drawn.
9-pin on Epotsu.
Oh, with the 9-pin Epots.
That's a
with
deal.
the Eiko. I think that's Hanemon, right?
It is. It is. The Epotsu will carry it over. 18,000 points plus all the Riichi sticks plus 2 Honba. 21,600 added to the total.
Well, forget what I said about Kawahara breaking away, because Sugiyama has just shown the table how to do it. Sugiyama now at 41K, still in the pilot seat with 3 Honba, a dominating lead at the moment.
Oh, for Kawahara, it seemed first to Tempai, just win this hand, extend the lead a little bit, move the dealership forward. And Sugiyama said, no, I've got a stronger hand. I'm going to push this. I'm going to fight this with 6-mon, 2-mon, jamming into the Riichi, and immediately rewarded. Maximum value. Sometimes you just get a high pie, you know this is the one.
Hmm. Yeah, it looks good, or you're like, this is the one, easy, things are simple, I'll just take the quick cheap win, but sometimes it can never be that easy.
So now we do have a clear leader. And the battle for the other placement still rages on, and Komiya is not too far from first place either. Remember, she still has the last dealership to go. So things aren't immediately clear for Sugiyama.
A lot of pairs, and now weird hand for Kyoumori, and we are going to continue on to the Honitsu. That East will help, although still not being a Yakuai. Gets us a little bit closer to that Tuhan. Kind of same here with Kawahara, but this Haku Mochi Mochi is going to start causing problems for these players.
Oh, hello, 6-mom. Welcome the door into our hand. So now, nice shape in the Sozu. Shanta. I might have misread that Monza shape. Take another look at it.
Nine cuts. Sugiyama advancing.
It was 566. Okay, so now we hit Ishanta.
Yes.
I originally read that as a 4. The interesting thing here is a lot of times you're going to have to drop the door for Tenpai. I think she's still willing to do that, though.
Yeah.
Hatsuanko means that Sugiyama can make this hand even more expensive with the Riichi. Doesn't need to open to get her Yaku. Speaking of open, we're going to see how to play an open hand. Second call. One pin no good here.
Yep, don't need it.
Shanten for that flush. And this is where the tension starts to mount. As you see all these players getting close, Komiya drops that out, but it will be called for Tenpai. And this Mochi Mochi situation now comes to a head.
Yeah, the 7-so, not a great way. We do see that it is copied out, but with only one copy left. Ooh, tough.
There it is.
Are still closed, so Kyoumori has some chance. We are going to take Tenpai, and we're taking the Sanbenchan. No nonsense. We get the Pinfu too. Not the Pinfu Dora.
Not the first time that Komiya has jammed a Sanbenchan Riichi cutting the Dora tile.
That is true. Kind of the theme. As we see another Tenpai on 4-7. And oh, is that it? Not quite. And we'll drop the East. Want to play a little bit safe. Could be an absolute monster for Kyoumori. Surely looking to fire back against the table.
Sugiyama also trying to snipe this away. Could go 6-so again. That just went through.
That's true. Yeah, and we still have the 5-so and the 4-7 mon as well. So it's not the worst end weight. Normally, when you take that, you're taking a Shabo, and especially with the middle, it's so much win rate loss. But with that, not as much. And speaking of, we might see it here. And the run happens for Hatsu Dora. Collect 1K and the 900 in Homba. A bit of a weird payment
check here.
Sticks. Yeah.
It's just 10.
It's
no upgrade. But the Homba also complicates things. 1,200 extra. That's sort out. Big win for Sugiyama. That was a big chance for Komiya to challenge for first place, especially with sumo, because Sugiyama will be taking the Oya Kapuri. There's a Mangan sumo. That's a 12,000 point swing, and that just about erases the difference between the two players. So huge win there to shut that down.
Even denying Kyoumori that hand she was building to is massive. Sugiyama retains dealership to just absolutely coming out the victor of that round, even though the win itself was not all that expensive. And I'm telling you, Honitsu, Toitsu, this wall is doing funny stuff. It is giving players some odd hands. Yeah, Komiya, not the most put together. There's the Chun. Is that the Mochi Mochi? No, it was Haku and then a wind, right?
Yeah,
For,
but that was
Kyoumori here.
multiple pairs for Kawahara. I wonder if that hand will turn into a normal hand or become 7 pairs. When you're down points, sometimes you think about 7 pairs as a route to value.
Yeah. We are going to see Kyoumori not drop aggressively for a Honitsu. We still have Toi. That win too. Not a Yakuhai, so we're not losing too much by dropping it. Hedging a bit. June coming out will not be snap called.
Yeah, we saw the 5th pair drawn by Kawahara, so I think she will commit to the pairs.
Or even just taking something closed.
Like triplets?
Of course, we love triplets. 3 of them. Hell, maybe even 4 of them if we want to get a little crazy. Although with the East call here, time is ticking on it. North out. Here, Ishanten with some good shape for Kyoumori. Not the most expensive, but definitely the quickest.
I always find this type of hand to be somewhat interesting when you have 2 pawns and you have a pair, a diamond, and a diamond pair. You can force Toi. Oh, 8-pin will force
And
Honitsu instead.
And we'll take the Honitsu with the door too. We're like, that's an easier way to Hanemon. We take those.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
Or I guess just Mangan.
If you draw 2-pin or 3-pin, you have that balance between keeping the diamond shape efficiency or holding 3 pairs for the Toi chance. And it's a little easier when you have a door pair. You can just lock that in and keep all your options alive. But in this case, with the 8-pin draw, just Honitsu go for max value could be a huge hand.
Yeah. 7 pins are 7 pins are all already out. So we will not be getting a third of those unless they're dropped from the hand, which while Kawahara could, I'd imagine with the type of hand she has, that will not be the case.
We also saw an interesting decision from Kyoumori, actually, that last discard, drawing the 3-mon. Does she cut the 5-so immediately and show that she's cutting from a 5-so pair in the hand, and thus signaling that she's forcing the flush? Or does she cut the 3-mon and reveal which suit the flush is in?
Yeah. Bit of a weird catch-22. And speaking of that, now Kawahara rocking a hard place. We could cut Hatsu, but it's a good end weight. We could cut the 7-mon. We could even just cut 8-9. We'll cut the Hatsu. Hedge sort of that high-value Chitoi. Still keep the Dora. Or excuse me, still keep our good Chitoi shapes.
One consideration is probably probably the fact that it is Kyoumori who is showing the push to the flush, and Kawahara can absolutely not afford to let Kyoumori win a Mangan here, or worse, because that isn't the Dora suit. So she might even be willing to accept a cheap win here just to prevent Kyoumori from finding her own hand.
Yeah. 7-mon, we are ticking up. This could even get to like a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku if draws start going perfectly for Komiya. Might be able to find something expensive hidden in the hand.
Tenpai found.
This is Tenpai. 7-pin, 8-pin, but only 1 8-pin left in the wall if my count's correct. And speaking of that Sanshoku, we are headless. There's some weird draws like 4-mon, where we can start working on that Sanshoku keep. And there is only 1 8-pin left on this Tenpai, but a couple switches that we can do. Problem is, most of those switches involve dropping 7-pin.
Right, 6-pin is the most immediate the obvious draw, and that does involve cutting the 7-pin Dora. So I feel like she's almost forced to just stick on this weight.
To be fair, it is Mangan right now and only upgrades to Hanemon on the Dora. That being said, still the Hanemon upgrade chance. And again, like you're resigning yourself to Mangan, which as we get later, maybe we do that for the win rate, but yeah, it would not surprise me if Kyoumori just wants to take max value.
So the lack of
Kawahara reinforcing the Toitsu.
Okay, push 2. No, just play it safe here from this score position. Komiya needs to work harder than you do from Sugiyama's perspective, so let Komiya take the fight.
Yeah, and especially if Kyoumori threatens, it's almost better for Sugiyama. Have somebody kind of encouraging Komiya or Kyoumori to take the cheap, quick wins. There's that decision we were talking about, and we'll throw it right back. We will be sticking on the Shabo.
Oh, here's the Tempai. Could Dama and try to snipe the 6-pin that just came out, but I think we're going to see the Riichi, because winning 2,000 points here plus home ball is just not quite enough when you could have so much more.
Yeah. To prepare. Was that was still Ishan 10, right?
Yeah, that was
for dealer Sugiyama.
Definitely close to
Still
top
very close. Yeah, can still make a play. Not fully out of the hand. Weird Ishan 10. Probably not going to win the hand, but man, Tempai here for Sugiyama, again, especially if you can get there safely, would be huge. Keep the dealership. Not have anybody else win too. Decision time.
One of the problems here is that if you do end up playing Chitoi, you have to cut the 3-pin. That's a terrible tile to play.
Yeah. And it's just unlikely, and it's getting near the end of the hand, and Kawahara just decides I'll fold out on the shins. I'm out. Speaking of, Sugiyama doesn't want to bite. She goes, I'm out. We're playing safe.
A little risky 5-pin there, but that will go through. And then that's the 8-pin drawn, so that means that if our counting is correct, there are no more draws left for Kyoumori to be able to win with.
8-pin, if it was Haite, actually would have gotten Hanemon too. A hidden path there as we go into South 3 with Kyoumori dealer and more importantly, 2,500 in the middle. That is a lot of points.
Yeah, certainly as dealer, you're always incentivized to win quickly, but even more so when there are sticks in the middle to collect. Kawahara also will be deducting those totals from the amount that she has to catch up, about 15,000 points, 50,200, minus 25. So within range, certainly Mangan-sun will put you close.
Damage. Oh my goodness, 4 pairs in the high pie, East pair. Don't see a Honitsu route, but there. Speaking of Honitsu, I mean, we have that Eitso pair, but a lot of Manzu.
Starts with a
whole lot of Manzu. Haku pair, okay, it's Yaku Eye table. Everybody's got Yaku Eyes. Except for Sugiyama.
And even
Sugiyama
then,
doesn't have Yaku Eyes.
Her hand is very natural to play, so can't be too upset.
Yeah. Still very quick, very competitive hand. With this 3-pin, I'd imagine that Komiya will just opt towards normal play. Maybe try and boot Kyoumori off sooner rather than later.
Immediate.
Dora. Makes sense for Sugiyama. She's up. She doesn't need the value. It's a relatively good score line for her team. Better to just check if somebody's going to call it force like Dora triplet. Try and convince other players to clear it off so Sugiyama has some breathing room, knows it's cheap hands.
Yeah, the real punish there is if Komiya gets the call. Somehow it is not her wind, so she'd have to have a different Yaku to back it up. Like
6-mon, 4-mon, fish for like Sanako weirdness or something, but we need more points.
I wonder
Kawahara really needs to milk that.
that instance if Sugiyama would have been more cautious to discard the West if her close competitor was in the West seat.
Yeah. That is like a really interesting point. Um, especially with like just the smallest bit of edge in the Yakuhai call. And being up this much gets into the nitty-gritty of how, where exactly on the EV point chart is too much.
This is a really interesting spot. There's no confirmed pair for this hand. Okay, she's going to try to force not only good shapes, but also tateniu. The one pin has come out twice, so that the 2-3 shape is a little less utility, and she wants tateniu anyway. So this allows her to keep all of the 5s in the hand.
Snap call east. We need to speed up, says Kyoumori, so we will call that. We are still Ryan Shanten.
Technically, Ishanten
A lot
on
of
the
work to be
5
done in the hand. So not going to do it. We're going to back up another pair. Kawahara says, don't need them.
Tateniu type hand for Sugiyama. I wonder if she'll pull the 2 mana if it comes out. All right, here's your Tempai. Says no.
Denies it. Yep. Need a little bit more value. Need a little bit better of an end way as that 5-mon found for Kawahara might be able to challenge on this table. Although this Haku won't be called by Kawahara immediately. We need the value, but if the next one comes out, things are going to start looking dire.
Ishanten. Deciding which tile's more dangerous, the 4-pin or the 5-so. Technically, the 5-so also gives you the 4-so utility. That will be 4-so acceptance, so
yep,
very natural. Waiting game continues.
Dragon. Will not do it. There's another West. Kawahara trying to find if there's a route where we can play it only once out, so we're thinking about it. Could potentially drop 3-so. Try and fish for it just barely. We are going to do that. As we see a call to Tempai for Sugiyama, just trying to end the hand on 2-mon, 3-mon Shabo right now. Well, small bit of an upgrade. I was going to say, could throw 2-mon there. We'll throw 1-so first, but man, looks like a matter of time until Kyoumori deals in, which speaking of Tempai found and dropped, and Sugiyama will collect the 25 in the middle with a tateniu Nomi to go with it.
Sigh of relief there, and now we look to Komiya for the future. Sugiyama will grab these points, extend the lead up to 48,000, so about 20,000 points ahead. Now, that is the value of a dealer Hanemon, approximately. So Komiya can just copy the hand of Sugiyama and get right back into this. We will rely on Komiya to extend this game further as we are in all last. Of course, dealer will repeat as long as they are Tempai Gyukyoku or they win the hand.
Well, the problem is Komiya's hand's not the best here. Needs a little bit of help. Kawahara has some decent shape, but not necessarily the value we need to get back into it. And with a Hatsu pair for Sugiyama and points to play with, we might decide to fire off. Try and secure this first.
What does this look like for Sugiyama? Yakuhai call. Dora in hand as well. Well, the Dora itself doesn't matter that much. I mean, it is important, though, still that Sugiyama picks up as many points as she can in a first place because her team is chasing.
Yeah, especially without Oka or some of the Aka values. Like, even if the game were to end now, 70 or almost 80 points of a gap is a lot for Akanashi. And games are running out in the season. So definitely want to try and close as much as possible, or close the gap as much as possible, game by game.
It's a no-go.
God, we see Kyoumori really trying to get this one Need2 put together, but just cannot draw the right tiles for it so far. Wants that high value hand to be competitive and Gyakuten Komiya, but tough to get there.
Kyoumori in a position where she can't. It's hard to get 4th place here, but it's also hard to get 1st place, and her team needs 1st place more than anything. So if you're not going to risk too much in terms of losing point position, you might as well shoot for the moon. Let's see if you can get something big. Or at least take 2nd.
Yeah.
Sugiyama in a spot where she's
good pickup. Ooh, an 8-pin gets thrown. Sacrifice the 7-pin, but I think keep some of our pawn options. Also some of our weird Toitsu backups.
Sugiyama's decided on her shapes. So she's holding safe tiles, or relatively safe tiles. I guess honors are a little tricky when there's a player forcing a flush, but
A little bit of an upgrade and another pair. We're gaining flexibility. Komiya, bit by bit, is trying to put this hand together. Problem is we have Ishanten Sugiyama. And for Kyoumori's...
Ooh, hang on a
I
second.
was gonna say, Ishanten will drop 4-pin.
Yeah.
Still not technically committed. A lot of shape next to each other.
If she pulls an Anko, oh, nice pin.
Ooh, I was gonna say, forget Honitsu. We might start working towards Shinitsu for Kyoumori. Get that Haneman, do some weird stuff to try and pass, especially if we get it closed.
Mangan Sumo is going to take over 2nd place. And so you can you can open for this if you're willing to aim for 2nd.
Five-pin. The Ryamen, it's good. We are Furry 10. Normally 3-so is what you drop, but with that Furry 10, it's scary. We are going to throw 5-pin back.
Yeah, it's really tough, I think, to rely on Chitoi as the hand to aim for when
dealer,
you need to be Tenpai.
Yeah, right. As dealer, it's so scary. Non-dealer, it's like whatever, but
All right,
and here I almost feel you have to drop 5. Yeah.
And this is why the 4-pin cut is very natural, either the 4-pin or the 3-so, because you can always get back to the normal hand. In this case, the 4-pin more likely to not connect because there's a player going for up pin flush, but she should happen to draw the 5-pin first.
Yeah, I almost kind of want to analyze with a hand like this. If you throw 8 on there instead, keeping all the Toitsus and just ruining your 7-8 shape a little bit, especially because there's some 6 and 9s out, how much you actually lose by doing that?
Because you already have some overlap on the 6-mon acceptance.
Yeah, some overlap. There's already some dead. You also get the Chitoi draws. Because I was going to say, yeah, you get a draw like that. I mean, we're Tenpai, but the 6-9, not the greatest.
Are all the 9-mon dead? I see 3 from this angle.
At least 3, yeah.
And that might be a 4th.
I think it's only 3, but there's also a 6 dead, so...
Yes.
It's looking bad. We might even jam 8-mon, hoping 6-pin falls out somehow, but nope. We're going to take the Ryamen for Riichi Pintui Peko. We're definitely going to reach it. We want to scare the other players off the board. We want to hit max value if we can get there. Sugiyama has safe tone. Has to check 9-so or 6-so. That's really, really big for Komiya. Those are some scary tiles versus her hands.
Yeah, 4-so goes through, but the 6-9-so still alive Suji.
Mm-hmm.
Just about everything else clear in that hand. 3-6-9 live.
Yeah, Kawahara backed out, not good enough. We'll buy another turn. We need to see a 9-so or a 6 out, though. I would think for Sugiyama to justify the push. 4 mana will not be it.
And
7. We can drop 5.
Yeah, there's a route back in.
3-pin, not the best check, but better than around the Dora. There's only so many shapes that'll deal into any given hand. There's so many tiles.
Most tiles will pass.
And Sugiyama's out. Says, nope, not good enough. Too much danger. I am out.
It looks like might be heading to a draw. Okay. Pair was not exactly what you were hoping for here. Can't really drop the Dora. Can't drop 6-9, so. The 3-pin honestly doesn't look that bad given what's been discarded from Komiya. But there's still the flush hand. If you read the flush hand as having folded, then you could try it.
Yeah.
9-pin as well. I can see 2 8-pins on the board, including one from the dealer, but okay, 8-1 instead. That will go through.
Just dealer Tempai for 1k all. Some points for Komiya. But the problem is we are still kind of far behind. 3k, nice pickup, but not exactly a distance closing hand. Or distance closing Tempai.
Still down to a dealer Hanuman being enough to take over the lead.
Yeah. That is actually a very big hand for Komiya in terms... Well, I was going to say in terms of securing first, but actually with the sticks in the middle, or excuse me, securing second, but with the sticks in the middle, Kyoumori can still Mangan Sumo and pass Komiya. Just barely. But in range, one more Tempai would put Komiya out of range, but with this round of play, anything is up in the air. It looks like Kyoumori's hand is good, but is it good enough to Gyakuten? Probably not quite.
I love that 9-so cut. Ideally, you want the 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku anyway, so let's just toss the 9 now and see what happens.
Yeah. Even if it's less win rate, we want the points to matter. We don't care about winning, we care about Gyakuten with this rule set in this position. And Toitsu, we're there, 4 pairs. 2 Yakuhai, though.
Yeah, this feels
more of an
less
option.
likely to be a pair's hand given the value pull and potential.
Yeah, I could also just play it down Toy. Decision time here. You could cut 2 Mon. You're going to do it. Don't need to fish Itsu.
The issue here is that
the Itsu.
that 3-pin gives you Pinshu chance, but Riichi Pinshu isn't enough. You need like Riichi Pinshu, and that's asking a lot.
Yeah.
There's a 7. Are we going to break the 3-4 pin, or are we going to take the Tempai?
Oh, man.
Mon
Sanshoku is so good. Even Leech Shanshoku for 3, Yusumo for 4. Like,
yeah.
I guess even that's not that good.
Yeah, she's going to break.
It's hard, but we're breaking it, yeah.
And you can tell that she was thinking about this plan from the start, but there's an East Anko.
Anko East, that's big.
Yeah, there's some big value routes here for Komiya as well. If she gets greedy as well and moves towards flush or Toy, could even find the Hanuman that she's looking for.
Hell, even a reach with an Anko of Yakuhai, maybe you Tempai on the Chun, that's 40 Fu immediately. 7,700 would be huge here.
Get 2
and we are going to call it down, though. Yes. So still have that Toy big route. And we're likely to see the Chun out at some point in the hand. That'll help things out.
7 mon
7
again.
mon, surely 4 mon here. Chase the Epiko upgrade.
Ooh, here's the
Oh,
play.
goodness. Wow, 1 pins?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
man.
draw. That's the flush draw. And now
Man.
we're going to see a similar play. Sugiyama finds a flush of rolls. That means the tune's going to be held for longer.
That's true.
Tenpai back.
Could even be with Sugiyama reading that is purposefully trying to play that flush, trying to stall out Komiya's hands. Three mon, not gonna do too much.
Oh,
Kyoumori still fishing. Ah, it's like the toy looks so good. 1 pin Hatsu Chun. I was like, oh, all those tiles, so premium.
still we have still
You
have
do still have the
chances.
toy.
Yep.
Yeah. South, can we play it? We justify.
Oh my goodness. Okay, imagine drawing another south. Are they live?
That would be insane. I mean, only 1 got dropped.
Oh no, there's another one.
Or no,
It
2 got
just
dropped.
came out.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's not
So,
as enticing
not
as
quite.
Oh, there's the 6.
Yeah.
Each Sanshoku, that's got to be good enough.
I mean, how much better can you really do? Your sumo conditions there.
Yeah.
You can do the E-pots, yeah, and reluctantly, but we're gonna take it.
Yeah, this is what she
Riichi
plays for.
Sanshoku.
The 7 so draw is also fine for Piushu. Shuri 10, you're of course looking for the 6 anyway, and now South will come out. Komiya also a little bit threatened here because if she deals indirectly, that could reduce the amount of points necessary for a Gyakuten.
Mhm.
Doi Patsubo. That was 1 out.
Yeah, 7 so's. No, 2 out.
Oh, I was thinking that was one opportunity to get the extra
Oh,
hunt
yeah.
for the Sancho.
Good point. Yeah, 1+1 eliminated. I just need to rely on Ura. I mean, there are still 2 7 so's in the wall. So even with 2 out,
I mean,
not the worst
each
odds
Sumo
for a
Sanshoku
Kanchan.
is still your Mangan, but
Oh, yeah. But hell, this late in the wall, seeing 2, you might just have to take it, pray that something goes your way. God, even if you hit the Ura, though, for Hanemon, it wouldn't be enough, though.
yeah, the gap is just so large to first. Still, points are points. Can't.
Mhm.
Would love to hit that Ura too. 1 so.
What
far
do we
as-
justify? Not even really anything great to drop here. We'll do 1, though. It'll pass.
That allows Komiya to play the 1. How live is that Haku? Tolstoy's cut.
Yeah, Haku's dead. We're not worried about Haku. Although both Chun's out now,
Hmm.
and Kawahara does not want a piece. And Sugiyama is incentivized to not want a piece. So the question is Chun hitting the table? Komiya might not be Tenpai.
Yeah, Suji Trap set, but I don't know if that's going to matter here.
Mhm.
Kawahara really relying
Still
Komiya
want
to get
Hatsu.
Tenpai. Might been a fair
That
play.
1 Hatsu buried. I can't even think it's going to come out this late. Unless it's Kyoumori dropping it. And it's not Sugiyama draws, and this might be the nail in the coffin. Komiya might not be able to get Tenpai after this.
There's still a
Still
small
can't draw
chance
that
with Kawahara.
5-8.
No, that's a Haku. Only 2 draws
2
remain
more
after
draws.
this.
2 chances to get the 5-8
Kyoumori?
on.
No.
1 more. And a miss!
It's gonna end here.
Oh! No Tenpai Ryukoku ends it. Kyoumori picks up 3K, a net +2. And Komiya locks in the second. Sugiyama first secured. What an end.
That dealer Hanuman was good enough. Chasing Riichi, fought against an early one, and absolutely rewarded. Carried her all the way to the victory. Komiya will take that second place. Really fought hard. The first to not quite get there. The Dragons went to the wrong players. Actually, we saw that quite a bit. Komiya with the Samin-chan Riichis. Even taking the Shuriten one earlier. Jamming the Dora into the flush of that suit. The 4-man Dora. And there were so many 2s, 5s, and 8s of the pins that were in the wall.
Oh, yeah. It just couldn't draw. The wall was not doing her any favors. Like, and then so many other players, too. Just those quick hands that needed 1 draw, 2 draws to Tenpai, and just completely stalling out.
Yeah, 2 times that Samin-chan didn't win, but it was the Samin-chan for Sugiyama that came through. Onipatsu for what ended up being 21,600 added to the points pool.
Yeah, the one big hand really did just blow the game wide open.
All right, well, we will prepare for game number 3, but in the meantime, I believe an announcement has been made regarding an interesting event coming up.
Ooh.
Harrison, have you got that?
Let's see. Do I? Let's take a look. Let's scan. What could this announcement possibly be?
Chiral hinted
at
this earlier.
Looks like, is it by chance the Sukeban International podcast? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that is one of the 2 big announcements we had. Of course, Chiral and Jenn shared that one a little bit earlier.
Okay.
But above that,
let's look a bit more. Maybe help me out. Give me a lifeline. Let me phone a friend.
We've got a big event coming to the US.
Oh, of course. The other big announcement, the M League World Riichi Tour. Could it be that?
Definitely. Yeah, if you want the chance to play against M League, your favorite M Leaguers, we've got multiple pros coming to the US. It's going to be a 2-day tournament in 2 different locations, in Las Vegas and then New York, back-to-back events. There'll be a meet and greet, exhibition matches. We will be catching the action on the WRC channel if you are not able to make it, so you'll at least be able to watch. But definitely a big opportunity, June 26th and 27th in Las Vegas, June 28th and 29th in New York City. WRC and USPML hosting this event in 2 different locations.
And don't forget, not just M Leaguers, featured on the Sankei Shimbun stream as well as a couple other WRC pros. Yumi, Uotani, and Jenn will also be doing this tour. So you have multiple super high level, really, really rare chances to meet Yumi, Uotani, Jenn, and the other WRC professionals. It is a must attend event if you can.
Of course, Hiroshi Yamai and Nyoe Hirano as well attending. Yamai Pro, of course, has won a WRC.
Yes. Again, best of the best. Cannot undersell how rare this is and how cool it will be to do.
All right, excited for that for sure. Incidentally, while we're talking about Yumi Uotani happening to participate in this event, we also have Team WRC jersey giveaways that are still going on. We've had our chat giveaways already. However, there are going to be a few more. 3 paid channel subscribers will win a jersey in a drawing at the end of January, and you've got a few more days to get in on this. I mean, we have this broadcast and one more broadcast, but an opportunity to sign up for that. Get your opportunity at a jersey.
1 week left. If you want that sweet, sweet WRC jersey, time's ticking.
All right. Well, we've got one more game to cover in this group 5, and I believe we have a new commentator coming in to cover this for
Maybe.
us.
So, just maybe.
Welcome,
I don't
Corak.
know. Whatever. I just showed up. We'll figure it out later.
Yeah, we'll adjust. You know what, Korak? You take this last game. You got it. I believe in you. I'm gonna step away. I think this one's all you.
All
And
right,
Nate, of
I'll
course.
take over. Although I do have one question that we should probably discuss before things go on, and that is the dates posted on screen for the World Riichi Tour are different than the dates on the screen inside the WRC Discord for that event. So I'm gonna need to talk to a few people and figure out what's going on.
Oh,
Oh,
very likely to
Very
be a time zone difference, perhaps. Are they the same days but off by one?
Yes, well, so Las Vegas has 3 days, and then New York City has 2.
Yeah, I
In the
see.
Discord, it's supposed to be 2 and 2, so maybe a time zone thing.
yeah.
Well, we'll definitely take a peek at that for the future, but still, roughly around that time, people can start making their plans, prepare.
Yeah,
flights
save
and
the
such.
weekend.
Yeah, save that weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got game 3 heading up. Let's take a look at the players, and thank you so much, Harrison. See you in the near future.
Of course.
All right. Players for game 3. We're going to see some repeats from the earlier matches. In the East seat for Team Welchao, we have Nanako Noda, NPM Pro. We saw her in game 1 as well. In the South seat for Team Matsukaze, it is Kaede Suzuki, an NPM Pro as well. In the West seat representing Team Mahjong Splash, Eiko Hori, Mahjong Union Pro. And in the North seat, Manmaru House player, Nemi Otsuki, JPML Pro. We've seen her in a lot of different environments. Of course, in the Sankei Shimbun Cup last year, we saw her at the World Riichi Championship. We saw her in the Saikyo-sen team battle, where her team made it all the way into the playoffs and more. And now we get to see her one more time in the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2025-2026 edition. Our game is set to go, so let's hop in.
All right, well, we're getting close to the end of the season here, so everyone is definitely in that get these points now when you can. When you're falling behind, you get a little desperate. We'll always see how that dynamic plays. I've been told that it's not usually the second place that's the scariest for the first to deal with. It's the third place because they just have nothing to lose.
There's nothing to lose, but close enough to throw stuff at the wall and see
To
what
potentially
sticks.
threaten.
Yeah.
Here, though, it's really 2 teams competing for first. There's such a big gap. Otsuki needs to go on a big run. Hori needs to go on a big run. We're talking 250 gap right now. So probably doesn't apply in this situation. But for a 4-person table, it is kind of a rule of thumb to consider.
Yeah, Jenn noted earlier in the stream that this is their penultimate session. So this is one of 4 games remaining. After this game, there will be one final session for this group.
All right, well, let's take a look at the hands. And I see a Chitoi. Whole bunch of pairs. No real value here. But you need to pick if you draw the 3-pin. This is a slow Pinfu hand. This is a mediocre Pinfu hand. The Formon helps immensely, but the Pinfu shape needs a little bit of work. Doesn't have that Ryokan, though. And this is also a slow Pinfu hand. Just going to hold the West. You'd think of it as a safety tab where you're going for Chitoitsu. Oftentimes, that's one of the advantages. You keep just garbage tiles that a regular hand often can't use. We do see the 3-so coming out, so not going to hedge the door any longer. 7-mon pairs up. There are Tanya routes. We do that 1-1-2 in Sozu to get rid of. 7 fills the penchant here, moves his hand forward, but still has a bit to go. 4, so, oh, well, there's your backfire on the 3. It's not a hard backfire because if you add the 3-4, it's a 2-5 shape and the door is the 1. But frustrating when it happens. Anko of the 9 mon. I mean, there's Sonanko or Suanko routes, of course, as well. 5 so. Oh, okay. Now it's a pretty hard backfire because there is also potential 3-4-5 Sanshoku in that hand. So that is just miserable to have those backfire draws. 4-6-8, take 3 on Kan here. 6-7-8. We'll go ahead and keep all the safe tiles and just cuts the 4. Now you have a 6-7 shape moving towards Tanyao. 4-mon doesn't do anything. South doesn't do anything. 3-pin is a very awkward draw in this hand. What do you like about 1-pin? I like 1-pin a lot.
Yeah, that's my instinct here. I'm not that thrilled with the Ipeco opportunity, but if I get there, I'll take it. We'll just throw it back and play for the
throws
token
it back.
acceptance. There is a decent chance that this ends up on a Kanchan weight, which is a bit unfortunate.
Kanchan Riichi Nomi, never fun, but oftentimes the hand just goes that way. Another 5 doesn't really fit. Just really wants the Ryokan 135 in Pinzu.
If this was one of the
6-0, Jitoi Shanten.
Okay. If Noda was on one of the teams that was chasing, I would think that maybe she's holding out for the Itsu chance, cutting the 7-so and 8-so and playing for Itsu, but her team is leading, so yeah, it is a curious spot to be
Just
in.
really looks like she wants the 6-9 so weight on the end there and is forced the hand in there. That has to be that right now. Well, that is an Ishan 10 headless.
Ah, 3-so.
You got the 3. Yeah, Door Donkey, definitely my favorite.
So this would be Tempai on the 7-so if we still had 3, but I imagine after drawing the 6-pin, that would have been foregone, so this instead is a Jitoi Tempai.
1-mon doesn't do anything, just looking for that 4-7. 3, oh, well, that's a bit of a backfire. Of course, the early 3 cut means it's not that much of an issue.
What tile will we
8-pin
reach?
does nothing. 6, 7, 8, 9 can cut the Dora, but it's a little scary this late. Yeah, it goes with what would normally be the safe tile, but you're figuring the advantage of having a safe tile is using it. If you don't know what to do, cut your safe tile. That's something I talk to, especially amateurs, about a lot of the time is why are you holding it? Well, because I didn't want to deal in. Well, then throw it when you don't know what you're supposed to discard.
Oh, here's the Tempai.
We do have a Tempai here, Riichi Pinfu.
And
But it deals into Damachi Toitsu. 8-so deals in the miserable Chitoitsu Dama, the 225.
Yeah, Hori was definitely looking for something better. And also this late in the round with no door being visible was probably a bit concerned that it could be an expensive hand brewing. So
With
shuts
the
it down.
1-so Dora that you just haven't seen, then usually it's someone has a pair or an Anko of it.
Yeah.
And that person is going to push. And if you're just on a random 8-so Tonki, it's not a good situation late row 2.
All right. East 2 Suzuki Dealer. 6 Odora.
Ooh, could go Junshun here, but I think you just play efficiently, get the Hatsu. Nope, goes with the 1, playing a more towards the regular Tanyao type shape. Haku pair up. How greedy do you want to be for Honitsu? And the answer is pretty greedy, cutting the 3-mon over all those honors. 4, now a 1, 4, 5, 7 cuts the 9, so has the 6 Odora in hand. 1, 2, 3 now. That completes one of the Monzu shapes. 2, 5, 5, 8 cuts the 2. That feels like a very defensive play. I wanted to say it was Honitsu in the first draw, but I'm thinking it may even just be a turn 1 fold type play now.
Yeah, I would
4-mon helps, moves it towards Itsu.
I would consider holding, because you have 4 pin tiles and 4 so tiles, consider holding the Sosu for Honitsu because that is the Dora suit. It can be more threatening to the table, even if you're trying to play defensively.
Yeah, even if you're bluffing, it does give a few advantages, but instead just keeping all those honors. It's just a very defensive play. Oh, 7 on the perfect draw here. Now
Now,
it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I wonder if Hori is actually playing just a full, just send it for Kokushi because her team is down so much. She decides if I have like 7 tiles towards Kokushi, I'm going to go for it.
It's not a bad play with the team situation, especially in East 2, because if it gets late, everyone kind of suspects what's going on. But if you're going to make a gamble play early, this is about the time to do it. The problem is the hand just not cooperating so much.
And that's not something that you'd expect. I mean, even with an 11 start, you can still freeze up.
Ugh, yes. I think I've seen a 12 start once not make it, and that's when you're just miserable.
Oh, I can't imagine. I can't imagine 11
Just
start.
from digging logs where it happened, and it's bad.
Yeah, I had my 11 start die yesterday, so.
Oh, those hurt. Ooh, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice little shape. So those honors get rid of. 2, 4, 5 cuts the 2. Not going to do 3, 4 Sanshoku. 5 so goes out. It is the Dora indicator, so it always should grab attention when someone's cut 2 of them. Now we see 3 of the 5 so. So this shape is actually really bad with 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Because there's only 1 5 so left.
That also means whoever has that 5 so has a big advantage. That's Suzuki here, our dealer.
Okay, now we are just going for the Honetsu. The play was the Pinzu Honetsu from the start, and if something else came, great. One of those situations where you know you're not going to win the hand normally, so try and be a little creative with it and see what happens. Now this is Ishunten, but it's a very cheap Ishunten. I guess you can always just draw the Dora. That would fix things. Always my preferred route. Just hit Dora.
Yeah, that's a rough spot. You really wanted the Itsu there, but then you have to find a pair. She just takes the wider Ishunten and says, let's just see what happens.
1 so pair up. That's going to be the pair here. The 6 is just a really good floater for the rest of this hand.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Ah.
Oh, and you can just see you can see the hand shape here. That is misery.
Yeah, just gonna press on forward. There are some good draws here. You can pull something like the 7-mon towards the 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku chance. You can draw the 4-mon towards the tateniu, or the again 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku chance. So there's ways to make that draw useful. It's just you missed out on the immediate Itsu, and that's fine. The tile isn't a complete backfire because it still has uses in your hand. Yeah, this is not quite the
That
same.
doesn't help at all, but it allows you to shift. Yeah, I like this. It does allow you to shift the Sanshoku.
So yeah, similar draws to the other ones I mentioned, and it is really sad though when you look at the 987 mod in your discards.
No, this is Ishun 10, and I feel it's a hand you just call down for Tempai. You're not expecting to win anyway with how dead the 5 is.
Yeah.
2-pin fills one of those shapes, but it's just a long way to go. And when that's the first completed shape on turn 12, it's a pretty good sign you're not finishing the hand. 8-mon does nothing. Back it goes.
Tempai.
Oh, there's Tempai with the possible Sanshoku Dora. It's a huge difference. It is Riichi Pinfu or Riichi Pinfu Sanshoku Dora.
And we're seeing Hatsu here, but a fight from Hori.
Well, the 6 is worth so much here. Of course, we see 2 of them. But the other side of that is it means there are 2 in the wall. Which, honestly, this late for a middle Dora, you'd feel really good if you had that knowledge. This is not Tempai.
Suzu are not clear, so Noda's just going to have to give it up.
Well, you could go 1 so if you wanted to play a little aggressively, but it's just not really worth it.
Hori into Ishunten. Needs a dragon, though. And that 8-pin.
And there's the call down for Tempai. There's no Yaku here.
Oh, but the sumo.
Oh, sumo on the Sanzo reach. Sumo Pinfu.
Yeah.
Or a 1, so it does at least get some value out of this.
Oh, imagine that 6 draw, though. Hanemon?
Well, yes, and it ended up being 4 Han here, so it would have been Hanemon.
Suzuki.
The miserable 4/20, where you see 4 Han, and you always think, hey, it's Mongon. Well, no, not if it's Pinfu Sumo.
It's still a strong result. As the dealer, particularly, feels a lot better than as a non-dealer.
Oh, yeah, for sure. 26 all is a very nice pickup. Chun pair, maybe call and go here. Also a couple pairs. There are toy routes.
No 7-pin, though.
Lots of pairs. I want to go toy with a hand like this.
Yeah.
The question with toy is always, how often does the rest of the table cooperate with your desires to go toy? And the answer is usually they don't once they realize it. This is, oh, now the Anko on the 6-pin. It feels like a cheap, relatively fast hand, maybe a Riichi Domi. This has 3 Dora and 2 Anko, but a bunch of extra tiles geared up. This is a nice Tanyao hand.
Yeah, these
4 Mon.
These ones are getting spicy, especially because there's so many triplets and pairs in the hands.
Well, it's a pair of the 1-pin. Could end up going towards a Sunanko type hand. Tanyao progressing with the 5. 7, okay. Gets rid of the other penchant.
Expected.
I feel that hand at this point is just call and go. There aren't too many routes to value. So this hand is probably Riichi Domi. But the big question is, can the Dora 3 hand do anything with it? And it feels really slow right now.
Yeah, the Dora, or rather the Yakuhai pair-ups would be huge here. The West has already come out once, and so she'll copy it, but I don't mind just throwing the 9-pin back and hoping for the West still.
Suizo connects with the 1/1, but again, the hand's just getting cheaper and cheaper. 7 so it's a pretty good floater with some Sanchogu routes, but throws it back, keeps the Ishunten. 6 so okay, well now you have a pair here, the potentially ugly 1/1 and then 4 5 5 5 6 Shampon on the 1/5. Oh, perfect draw on the 5 Mon. But he kept 4-pin, 3 Mon, goes to the 3 Mon. 1, so that is Ishunten gives Itsu routes now. Very nice pull. East doesn't do anything, back it goes. He still doesn't do anything, back it goes. Hatsu's a blank. Chun. Well, okay, we're going to see if anything happens with the Chun, and the answer is yes. Says, get me out of here. I'll take my perfect Ishunten.
Or acceptance viable here.
5. This is now Ishunten with that Dora 3 hand. Is that Tempai? I think it is. Yes, it is. And we'll Riichi, Tanyao, waiting on Dora. This is Tempai, 2/5 Mon. So it's 5 so versus 2/5 Mon.
Oh.
This is a chase, and it is that disgusting Shempo, and 5 so is a wait for both. Oh,
But the 1-pin.
there's the deals on the Ipatsu. Riichi Ipatsu. Dora 3.
Ura-san? The 1-pin got flipped?
Dora-san, yeah, that is Baimon.
What in the world? Riichi,
Well, that's where the last
Dora-san,
one
Ura-san?
was. That is miserable. I didn't even notice the 1-pin because that was the deal in tile.
Right?
There's only one of them left. It's also the Ura indicator, causes an Ura 3, boosting that from 5 to 8 Han, all the way to Baimon, doubling the hand.
Oh, that weight was not a very strong weight either, and it just comes out. The last 1-pin comes out on Ipatsu.
Huge pickup there. Otsuki needed that for her team badly as well. And everyone at the table is probably okay with this because Noda is the person everyone is chasing.
Yeah, certainly not Noda's fault that she dealt in there. There's 3 Riichis, and you draw the one outer, basically, on Ipatsu. Surely my weight was better.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter which way's better. It matters which one comes out.
No, the one that comes out is the best.
Haku pair here. There's Dora, of course. So this is where all the value is. Loose Haku here. I feel it's going to have to come out because that hand's just good. There's a huge incentive to shove it fairly early, kind of see where you are. At the same time, a lot of the people in the Sankei Shimbun Cup we've seen will just hold it until they're Tenpai.
Yeah.
Even here, yeah, waits until Tenpai, figuring, hey, if we pair up the Dora, we just use it as our pair.
And if it gets too late, you can Awashi towards the Tonki.
2 doesn't do anything, especially with the 5. Oh, there's Tenpai. There's our Haku. Could have taken the Dora Haku Tenpai. Instead, waiting 5-8 so for Riichi Pinfu.
No Pon. I believe Hori has the pair and declined the call.
The thought is this hand is such garbage that the call doesn't do anything and just gives up save time.
Well.
Oh, just Ipatsu. Riichi Patsumo Pinfu. No Ura, but that's going to be 13-26. So Otsuki expands the lead here.
Another Ipatsu. We've seen on a couple occasions Otsuki just steamroll a table like this. We'll see if she can, how long she can keep this up.
Brutal for the rest of the table, though. Nothing you do when they just sumo it like that.
Jen was talking about the third game from her series of this week. The player in East 1 had a double reach among 6 other repeats and finished the game with a plus 92. And that was all in East 1.
I've said before, my favorite seat is East starting, and I know Jen hates it, and this is why I like it.
Maybe
It does have that potential always. We see a South pair here, but we are in the East round still. We're in East 4. Nice little Pinfu Tanya type hand.
Looks like we might be calming down this round.
Yeah, the hand's not too much. The best hand appears to be Noda here. 3-so fills the penchant. We still have the 2-5-8 in Manzu, the floating 8-pin, the floating 9-so. So it's a long way off. This hand is also fairly slow. No completed blocks, no good shapes. Well, there's one kind of good shape with the 2-4-5. Similar here, bad shapes, floating Dora. And then this hand.
Yeah, this is...
where everything's in a reasonable shape, or at least callable if it isn't.
Right, Tanya clear for that hand. Oh, well, hello.
East pair up, okay. Now you can just call basically anything.
I believe it is Hori who has the third copy of the East, and one remains in the wall.
Ishanto with the 6-pin draw. The 1 creates a penchant, not even going to take it.
Yeah, the hand's just brutal.
5, 6, 7, 8 in Manzu. 3, so the perfect draw. You couldn't ask for anything better in that hand.
How about another 3-so? Make that 3-4-5 Sanchoku viable.
Would be ideal.
Oh, well, it goes to Hori instead.
Yeah, you did ask for the 3-so, and it came just in time.
So now Otsuki overblocked. We'll see which shapes she likes and which ones she cuts.
Awkward tile, especially having cut the 5 last turn. Does take a bit of a backfire drawing the 4. Chun pair up. Maybe the plan here is Chun Pon and then Dorotanki. So that he may get held back. And there's our Tenpai Riichi Pinfu Tanya. I think you just slam this. Out it goes.
I think maybe a half second to consider Sanchoku shifts, whether it's worth waiting because you're in deep fourth. But ultimately, again, the team had a pretty decent lead, so just getting any points here is good.
5-mon pair up. Probably not going to directly challenge this unless the East pops out. Of course, see the third Haku. That's a very safe choice. 3-pin. The way that got held back is wait, is that my winning tile? Nope. Could have Eddie Peiko. I feel that 7-pin discard ended up really hurting the hand. The 7-pin keep.
Otsuki back to Ishan then. Again, still can call the East, and with the Riichi, Noda cannot defend the east tile.
So pair up doesn't really do anything. Ooh. Well, no, not even going to try it. South's a blank. 8-pin isn't it? Seeing all those Pinzu, you're pretty sure that the Pinzu is not the suit that the weight is in.
Yeah, we've seen, what, 4, 5, 7, 8. All those upper pin tiles are clean. 3, 6 even went
And
through.
the 1, 2, 3. I think every tile is now cleared.
Yeah.
Maybe the 4 hasn't. No, the 4 is Genbutsu. So yes, I think everything is now cleared.
Tumon.
Tumon deals in. Reach Pinfu Tanyao. No Ura, though. Will be 3,900. Noda gets at least some points back.
Yeah, I got Otsuki Shanten for 12,000 points, so understandable to try to shove there, especially given the team's position. And we will move into the South rounds back to Noda as our dealer.
Yes, here will be South 1. This is always when you just look at the table, see where you are, and pretty spread out for everyone. 10,000 point gap everywhere. 15,000 between Hori and Noda, and Otsuki and Suzuki are 9,500 away.
Looks like
Shun doesn't do anything. Yeah, just cutting the west. It is the door indicators. It's just not a good tile to have.
North as a door itself is also a bit weak.
It's a really strong Tonki. The problem is you have to get there first.
And a lot of these hands look slow.
And by a lot, you mean all of them.
Yes.
Yes.
Still nothing.
This is probably the best of the bunch, and it's still not pretty.
Yeah, nothing that a few good draws can't fix.
Well, that is always what you tell people. A bit of a cope, but at the same time, it is true that the worse your hand is, the more tiles will improve it. Hatsu goes back. 8-mon doesn't do anything here. Is it even good as a floater? Maybe 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku? Yeah, I'm not surprised it gets cut. 2-pin or 5-pin. Hedging the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku just continues cutting the honors. 6-pin. There's a Tanya shift now. 5 so allows the shift downwards. Distant 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku, but unlikely. 8 so, well, that completes a block. Now this hand is starting to look workable. Does have the door to decide what to do with. 4-pin just slides up, gets rid of the 1. South pair up. Remember, that is Yakuhai. We're in the South round. And of course, that is the South seat, so double Yakuhai. Ooh, do we see the Dora pop out? Yes, we do. 1, 3. You can cut the South here, find out, or you can just squeeze it. And just going to hold it. 3
Right.
so. That fills the penchon.
And
Out
Dora
goes
pop.
another Dora.
Always an interesting moment when that first door comes out.
Especially on an offsuit wind like a pay. You figure North Seat often just has one in hopes that it eventually pairs up and you can call for it. But everyone else is like, yeah, it'd be nice to pair up, but I'm going to throw it when I don't need it anymore. When I've basically given up on changing my shapes. Oh, well, that's one of those pays. But now it's a relatively safe tile, but it's a very inefficient one.
Yeah,
So we'll
ultimately
get
just
thrown.
too late.
Tune? Nope. Forso, perfect draw. Now, Ishunten, I imagine it's 3-mon. Could go 8-mon. Goes to the 6, locks in the Kanchan shape there.
Yeah, that's a Tanya play
For the
sure.
Tanya. Well, the Tanya play would have been a 2-mon cut, but that may be a bit much. Calls the South.
Oh, gets there.
Okay. That is Tanya. Will it just be a Dama or a Riichi? There is the Riichi.
Yeah.
When you see 6-mon, 3-mon, you don't really think the 7's that dangerous.
Right.
At least I generally wouldn't. It really only happens when the shape is exactly this.
Yeah, you're sort of discarding out of order in order for that 7 to deal in, or something like a 5/6/6 with a lower mon shape as well.
Or just generic, I was hedging Sanshoku somewhere, which is often, oh, stares at that 8 for a little bit, thought that was it. You can tell on that Ipatsu draw when they just stare at it for a while.
Sometimes I feel like I want to be dramatic and like slow draw it, and then I realize if I do that, people think I'm looking at the tile and trying to figure out
And know that that's the area it's in. Yeah, especially on a Manzu. Because they're so distinctive. With Pinzu, it's okay. You can usually pick them up pretty quickly.
Well, what do we think about 9/7 pin? Not safe at
What's
all.
the pawn? I hate it. I
Yeah.
hate it. I hate it.
It's Sanshoku though.
The problem is I hate everything because that pawn is giving me 0 information. This is the type of hand where I do end up dealing the 7 bot a decent amount of times.
It's gonna play for it. Okay.
Okay, takes it. That's one of those I don't really know what I'm supposed to do, so we'll just take it. And that is going to be a chi down for Tempai, waiting 2/5 mon.
Notably taking this chi to cut the 4 pin. Could have also chi'd 5/6, cutting the 8.
Three allows a potential shift, but it's more just being held for the 5/6/7 Sanshoku as a more dangerous tile compared to the 9. Speaking of the 9, there it goes. And there's the last door. You know that one's safe with 3 already out. Ryonkon just throws it back. Sumo, and that's going to be that. So nothing fancy here. It says, "Give me that stick. It's worth as rest. It's worth as much as the rest of this garbage I put together."
It's funny. The payment of 500, 1,000. I think I saw 2 yellow sticks come out.
Well, you can see everyone's scores are right at that 5,000 mark. So it would not surprise me if they're short on 1,000 sticks.
All right, south to Suzuki. After pulling the win, we'll get the dealership in. Ooh, this is looking good. Oh, looking very good.
That's the Ryonkon in Sozu, but the Pinzu look really nice.
Chance at 2/4 Sanshoku in the future. Should you draw the 3-so and 2-so?
Ooh, possible Honitsu with that 6-so. Looking to pull in the south. It is double south, of course. Speaking of the double south, it might pop out in a couple turns, because that may just be a Junchan.
Yeah.
This has potential for Itsu here with the 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9. And the rest of the shapes are bad.
Still love the hand of Suzuki. We'll see if that Ryonkon shape fills in the Suizo. Ooh, speaking of fills.
Ooh, okay. I think you cut the south or the 5. There's the south. There's the call. How Honitsu do you want to go? All for Honitsu. We want the Mangan. And at 19.9, I feel you have to go for it.
Yeah, that's fine.
This should be a 5-pin or an 8-mon cut. The problem is 8-mon's Dora, so I would always throw the 5 here. Yep. Thinks about it for a second to go, yeah, that's what we should definitely do here. 4-mon, there's a slide, but it doesn't really do much immediately. 4, 6, 8, 9. 5, so it's a great draw for the Honitsu.
Still 2
5-mon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate the 9-pin, especially if you end up using the 8-mon as a pair. There are some other routes in this hand.
For example, 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku with a 5, 6, 7, and an 8, 8 pair.
That'd exactly be what I'm thinking.
There's a 6. Lots it back.
Penshun Phil. Suryan Shunton. Well, that's an Eiko, I guess.
I kind of don't like it. We'll go with the 8.
I kind of like just... Yeah, I don't mind the 8 there.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
It allows you to keep the Ryonkon. 5-pin. Oh, well, that's annoying. Doesn't matter. It's still useless in this hand, so back it goes.
Ooh.
Suizo, okay. That
Ishanten.
is Ishanten. It's not a pretty one, but I guess you take it. Ooh, here's a choice. Do you just cut the 2-mon here and lock it in?
Yeah,
You do have a 2/4/6 Ryonkon, one of the most awkward shapes I've ever seen. Cuts the 6, sets up the Eiko here.
just holding Ishanten. It's really awkward to do this, though. But it's not so bad because if she draws 1-mon or 4-mon, she can just play the 2/2/3/4/4 shape as a pair and a sequence. Like this.
Well, you see her just reorganize the hand, and now my head hurts reading this.
I can't cut the 2-pin here.
My read is this hand is bad. You got the 2-pin here, but there's no value. I would throw this back.
You could 3-mon preemptively.
You could, if you're cutting 2-pin, you're almost thinking Itsu.
Yeah, this is looking like a Riichi only, or a Riichi P maybe. Oh, 2-so.
That is Tempai waiting on 3-so.
Yeah. Not the ideal weight,
awkward
but
shape for just to have the extra one in hand. Oh, that's not a fun draw. It would have been Ryompeko. Rip. Oh, that's an
5/8.
upgrade. This is now a 5/8 weight. There's the Penchon fill. 1, 2, 3 Sanjika looking very good here.
technically
Question is,
Tempai.
what's our pair?
If you Riichi the 8-mon cut, you can win, but yeah, expected. Our pair could be the 8-mon, funnily enough.
Yeah, ideally you just draw a third one, and then it's your pair, and you don't have to worry about it.
The flush player could just drop it too.
Oh, there's
Ooh.
your Itsu route. The problem is potential Furita, and I'd still cut 2-mon.
The 4/6 shapes are going to be tough to get, so you're going to be hard pressed to
do anything with it, and that's really the decision here. Because look at the pawn here: the 6-pin, the 2-pin, the 7-pin. Could also just throw it back. Yeah, goes with the 2.
Hatsu. It's come out before 3 times.
Pretty useless at that point. 6-mon isn't going to do anything here.
Con?
Out Con, yeah. Doesn't add anything immediately.
Senso?
Oh, but that will change things. 2 Dora. This is now Hanemon.
Oh, big hand. Double Sal
And
Dora
this
2.
is Dama. This is Pinfu Dora 2. Takame Junchan Eiko.
Ooh. There's a ton of hidden value in these hands.
Yeah, it gives us the Sanjku, but Junchan's worth more than that anyway. This is not Tempai either.
It's tough to push this 9, so gonna have to find a pair somewhere else.
Yeah, just throws the 2. And there's the 4. That's if I get the Itsu, we slam, and if we don't, we're just out.
Ooh, that was a Monza.
7-mon, isn't it? Close, but no.
Is that a 7?
Second Dora draw. Now you're incentivized. You just cut, the 2/4 here. Then 2-mon again. Back it goes.
6.
Out it goes. Pinfu Dora 2. It is definitely the cheaper side.
Oh, for sure.
That's ouch. Wait, what did I guess I dealt it on the cheap side. Okay.
Yeah, take your 39. I will gladly give
gladly move on, as opposed to the 12,000 Roan on the other side, or 16,000 on 9-mon Sumo.
Yeah. Well, this moves us to South 3 Hori after that deal, and we'll get the opportunity to make those points back as the dealer.
And Team Splash needs her to go on a run here. We are running out of games. We're that 4th place team. This is
not bad.
In this situation, I'm just never folding. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care what I draw. I'm just never folding.
What?
Oh, it's just
Suanko
Ryan Shanten.
When the game has decided to bless you.
It's going to be a Toitsuba. I can already tell. This is the only hand that isn't just filled with pairs.
Yet. If it's a Toitsuba, that means they'll be coming.
That is what tends to happen.
And it really doesn't favor that player because there we see Pom.
Yeah, Pawn going for the Toy.
They try to make sequences and they all get blocked off. Or they fill
Or fit
Ishanten.
in perfectly. That is Ishanten can accept Dora, can also accept Itsu. Penchan, that is not Tempai. Oh, well.
3-so.
I kind of like just 1-pin, 2-pin.
I'm not sure I want to commit.
Oh, with the 3-so having already come. No, because you were the one that cut the 3-so.
Yeah, the 7-8 shape is the one that's holding me back. I don't know that I want to commit that way. I mean, the overlap is awkward. The 3-6 and 6-9 pin overlap.
Yeah, this one. The more I think, I still like 1-2-pin. I have also been known to have Tanyao goggles.
Well, that's a little efficient.
That's a garbage draw because it cheapens the hand. You have to take it, but it's bleh.
That's an interesting spot where
Just 8-so? No, goes with the 1.
if you're behind points, you definitely look for... Oh,
there's the call. Takes the Tempai. Shampoo, 8-pin 3-mon.
Yokohai Toy. With bonus fu as well with that 1-mon triplet. Concealed in the hand.
West, of course, doesn't help. 2-so, isn't it? How much do you want Sanjiku? Not very. Keeps the shapes as they are. Out goes the 3-so. 7-mon. It's not a terrible tile, but likes the safe entry with the east, so you're going to hold on to that.
This is the spot where you really...
West Onko, this is Tempai. I think you just have to take this. This is the west seat, but it is Riichi, Shaw, Ipeiko. Question is how many 7s are out? I think there's at least 1.
Oh, 2 here.
Oh, 2 are out. Yeah, so it's a hell weight. That makes a lot more sense then.
I think if there were even 2 live, we would have seen that Riichi.
Right, because there's such an incentive to Riichi here. Possible 5-6-7 Sanjiku route, but does have the 6-6-7-8-9-9 in Sozu to get rid of. 4-mon. Well, there's an Ipeiko. The problem is you verted on basically anything there. Dora cut. South goes back. Not going to do anything here. 8-pin. Ugh. Now you really want the door, because you can call this one. Also means the 8-pin is now locked up in the hand. This is Tempai. I think you just take this, and the question is... No, there isn't much of a question. You just slam this. I wouldn't even think half a second about this.
Yeah, that 8-so will go through. Keep the door shape. Maybe not.
Well, it's just that you don't have Sanjiku. You're not really getting any upgrades, and yeah, eventually gets there.
Yeah, I think
That's,
maybe just...
Is there a route to Hanemon? And the answer is no. Plus, you want to Oyakabari Hori anyway.
Right, considering, there's only 2 hands in the game if I win this. So how much do I want to force Honitsu?
Ooh, well, this is just Tanya now.
Sorry, I said Honitsu. I meant the Sanshoku.
Holds the 8s as the pair. Those are, of course, the deal-in tiles. There's a Genbutsu 7. Tune is not it. Still, Shunton would love to see a Dora pop out.
Oh, he's still playing for that Tanya Palm.
But we know the Dora is dead. 1 discarded and 3 stuck in hands.
This route also basically confirms that Hori won't deal in with the 8-pin to Otsuki. Otsuki now looking for just the 3-mon.
And there it is. There's your 3-mon right on cue. Deals into the Toy Hatsu. Will, of course, be 40 fu there. 4-4-8-2. Yeah, that's not going to hit 50 fu, but it'll be 40 fu. 5,200 and the stick. Otsuki expands the lead here, dropping Noda into the negatives. And we're heading to all last.
All right. Otsuki at 50,600 points. And now we get to see how much he can run up the score. Of course, it's going to be very difficult for Suzuki to catch up in this score line. But let's see, about 16,000 points gap. So we'll need the Hanuman Sumo.
This is a very awkward situation because there aren't really conditions. Everyone needs basically Baimon. Suzuki, I believe, can Hanuman Sumo because of the Oyakabari, but that's the only person that really has any condition. So we might see people just playing this like it's East 1.
Yeah, I mean, points at this point are just good. Any amount of points. Even Noda, if she wins a hand that confirms fourth place, that's fine because her team had a buffer. She just wants to make sure that buffer stays as large as
much as possible. Again, you can see the scores in yellow. That is if the game were to end here, Noda's team would still be in first. When we look at these hands, that feels like a Pinfu, maybe a Tanya. This is a better Pinfu Tanya, maybe an Eiko. Does have the 9-8 pin, though. 9 pin is Doris, will be held. Shaw pair up. 7-mon fits perfectly in here. I imagine an honor comes out. No, a 3, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 8. So good blocks there. 1, 2, 3 to go with the 5, 6 in Pinzu. So there's a bunch of honors going to. And the 8 pin, out goes the Dora. Full speed for Tanyao. 3-so pair up. This could end up being towards a Chitoitsu or even a Toy hand.
Yeah, we're hoping to pair up the honor tile rather than the Suizo, but we'll see what happens.
Hatsu, well, I mean, you did ask for it. Hatsu pairs up in the other hand, of course.
Pairs. Well, let's get
this
it here.
is...
I think you can throw it back even.
No, I don't like that. I think this is 4-mon, 7-mon, or even 5-pin.
We'll just play the Chitoi acceptance.
I think you have to because none of the other shapes are that good. And you have overlaps anyway, so...
Yeah, I think the weakness...
That's something you always have to consider.
Oh, Chitoi Denpai. All right, we take it.
This is why Dama Chitoitsu Tanya on 7-mon. 3-so goes out. We have a Honitsu.
I don't know about your Chitois. Mine usually take longer to fill.
Mine vary between 18 and 27 turns to finish. Unfortunately, you only get 18 draws most of the time.
Wonder what Otsuki will consider.
5-so Anko. We'll just Karagiri Riichi here. Riichi Tanya Chitoitsu. Otsuki trying to run the score up here. Especially after the call, you're not really losing a whole lot. Here's one of those. So the 7-mon, I believe, is 2 in the wall at this point. And now it's Suji, so we might see it pop out, although Suji on a 7 is not nearly as strong. The issue is we do see a lot of 9s out. Oh, and now we see all the 9s. Ishan 10. Hatsu, yeah, just folding out. Hori does not anything to do with this hand at this point. 4's already cleared, so that's an easy discard. I do note that the pay is being held back. Definitely some suspicion going on.
Yeah, I don't necessarily read that pond as a Chitoi pond, but...
There it goes. That's okay. Well, now the hand's close enough, I'll just shove it.
I think there were a couple Norths discarded already at that point, too, so it'd be a tough wait.
And out goes the one, so keeps the Shunten. This is also Chitoitsu, Shunten.
It's a Dora, so we got
And
to
there's
keep
your
that.
Dora.
It is twice cut though, so
There it goes! Riichi Tanyao Chitoitsu. No Ura, but that's 9,600.
Chitoi, so tough to defend, and that's the closest competition as well. Who had a chance? That could have been Hanuman, right? Chitoi Dora 2. You got 2?
Yeah, Ura 2 would have boosted that to 18,000. Hori's actually a little sad that it wasn't an Ura 2 here.
Still, Hori now has a condition. Mongon.
Yeah, so it will still have to be Mongon Sumo.
Mhm.
Mongon Roan is not enough unless it's direct. And that's a very good starting hand. Riichi Pinfu and a Dora, good Dora floater. This is a hand that is low in Shunten and incredibly slow. Penchon, 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 Kanchan. Nine Mon will be held. 679. Haku pair. 2-pin is Dora. We see the 8-pin. Now 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 in Pinzu. Well, that's one Penchon fill. 3 to go. So Mon, well, I guess if you get the 8, it's a great shape. It ends up cutting the 9. I think the plan here is Honitsu and Sozu.
Yeah. We've seen this plan a lot from Hori, actually.
4 Mon. Now it's a 4, 6, 8, 8. I imagine Shaw goes on. Nope, cuts the 1. Not going to bother with the Peiko. 7, so it's a pretty good draw here. Could also go Chitoitsu with the 6 cut, and does. You don't have to lock it into Honitsu just yet. Pay is no use. Ugh. I almost just want to throw it back. It's not the efficient play. Shaw is. But everything is bad in that hand. 3-pin. And now everyone's starting to suspect, okay, maybe it's Sozu Honitsu. But you have to have some other value generally to go for a Honitsu in the offsuit. In Dora suit, it's oftentimes you just pick it up and figure it out later. This is Ishan 10 now with the 5 fill. 4, 5, 6, 8, 8. Eight-pin pair up. Doesn't really fit. Could go 1, 1, 3 here. Yeah, goes with the 1 at least to begin with. East doesn't do anything. Could even cut the 1 so here, but I just throw it back. Goes with the 5. Definitely greeting towards the Chanta type routes, but a 1, 2, 2, 2 makes it really hard to get there. 3 so pair up. This is actually Chitoitsu Ishanten, but no, wants the Honitsu.
Yeah, going for the big value.
3 Mon pair up. That's a great draw. Definitely Tanya now.
Ooh,
Dora pair up. That's always a good draw. And now you kind of wish you had the 5 back. Cut the 7 here. Extends the shape with an 8, 8, 9. Oh, it was Chitoi.
Little breath
You
out
say
on
very
that draw.
clearly, no, it's not. Ishanten now. There's the Penchun fill. That is Ishanten. Five's a great pull. The ideal tile there. Very flexible, very callable. Oh, well, that's just Tempai. This is Riichi Tanyao.
Trompo, an 8-pin and 3 Mon.
9 Mon pair up. Just cuts the CG8. Tune isn't of any help. Yeah, it's one of those awkward hands where it's technically an Intotsu, but since you have all 4 of the outs in your hand, it's only effectively a Shabpon weight. And Hori is out of here.
Ooh, well.
That's Tempai. This should be a slam. She's trying to figure out if there's any value, and I feel the choices if you had an option. Well, Dama. I feel if you were going to play that way, then maybe you shouldn't have cut the Dora.
Mm.
Didn't want to cut the 1 there, but I'd be willing to trust a 1 chance if I have a Dora Shampoo like that. At that point, it wasn't Dora Shampoo, it was just a floater, which is much better. Oh, backfire on the 8. 4-pin isn't it? It's close, but that's not it. I feel this is always just 2 1-pin now because you've made this decision.
Yeah, it looks like Noda doesn't want to risk losing more points at this stage, and so she's willing to.
Right.
Takahashi.
This is one where the team dynamics come in.
Right.
That even with a catastrophic game for your team, it's still just 1 game and you had the buffer.
It can be easy to try. Oh, it's a 3. It could be easy to try to chase those points back when it's better to just not lose more.
Yeah, that 3 is an interesting draw. It's one of those I have seen people try to con. Certain online platforms at one point actually did allow you to con that, and it caused, oh no, the 2-pin! And it caused some issues, so that had been changed. But unfortunate there, the last 2-pin would have sumoed the Dora 3 there.
Yeah, if any of those tempais had been taken, would have been able to win, but you have to evaluate the risk, and maybe a little bit too much at this point. Looks like we are going to head to Nukyoku, though. Let's get another chance. 4-pin's no go.
4 is not it. Have
Maybe
at least
one
one
more
more
draw
draw,
after that.
Dave. That isn't it.
Oh,
Now we
it
see.
is.
Oh, there it is. I assume that's 3 Mon because
Yeah.
it couldn't have been anything else.
Double take
I saw
there.
Monzu. There it is. Reach Sumo Tanyao. 2,100 all. Otsuki expands her lead up to 65,000. 66,000. Of course, she gets a Riichi Sick back, and of course, 500. And now is trying to make a real play. You can see this score line. Now, if the game were to end here, Otsuki would be at minus 54 for that team. Not in a great position, but doable within a set.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, there will be 3 more games for this table later. So this is not a terrible position if things were to end here.
It kind of feels like the players aren't stopping her. The only thing that could do it is the clock.
Yeah, that's the other thing you need to be considering is there's no reason to stop. If you can run it up, you need to run it up. Your team needs you to run it up for them. But the clock will be the ultimate limiting factor. Feels kind of like a Chanta, but with the Dora, it's just going to be held, and that is a pay pair, so maybe just call the Yakuhai. Chun pair here. Cuts the 9. Whole bunch of Pinzu, but not really enough to go Honitsu. 3-4. 3 is a great draw. Possible Itsu upgrades now. 2-5-8 in Pinzu. Cuts the 2. Especially on the 5's Dora. The 2 and the 8 are just really bad tiles. 7 connects loosely with the 5, but the hand's just slow. 7 Mon. Okay, that gives a few options. Takes the Ryoncon with a 3-5-7. 4 Mon. Now a 2-2-4-5-6-7-7-9. So a pair, a completed shape, and a 7-9 Kanchan. 8 pins not going to help with a 2 and a 5 in the hand. Suizo. Okay, possibly Peiko routes now.
Yeah, question mark on the pair.
But
so
instead, going to use
confirm.
the 3 as the pair.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, just confirms the shape, takes the widest Ishanten. Do you ever get greedy and cut 9 so there?
I probably don't.
It depends on the scoreline. I have been known to do things like that many a time.
Yeah, it's very greedy. I'll give it to you. Just taking a step back and saying I could pair up one of these other tiles, find Ipeiko and Tanyao as well.
And Tanyao and Pinfu. Okay, cuts the 2 here. Will be Tempai if the North ever comes.
8, so would have been one of those draws.
Perfect draw. Yeah, that would have been what you're looking for. Regardless, this is now still Ishanten. Cuts the 4-2 block. There's a Honitsu route. That is Tempai. Would have to cut the Dora. Could cut the 7-5 and will
Yep.
do so. 3-so Anko. I mean, you can just cut the 9-so here. Instead, cutting the 7. There is an Itsu route with a 1-2 neck. You use a 3-so as a pair.
Yeah, also just playing Perilous is still very
Backfire on the
efficient.
3. There's the Shaw.
Tempai.
That is Tempai, 4-7.
Suzuki trying to shut this down, confirm a second place. Well, potential 50-10,
It's
but
just
that
3-5 mon? Yeah, that's the issue.
I'm happy to 3-5 Mon. This is still okay. No, just gonna take
Nope.
what she's got. There still are Tateniu calls, and maybe that West calls incentivizing her to play for more guaranteed hand.
6. Oh no. My look at that pawn.
this point could be
That would have been
Chinitsu.
Ishanten for Chinitsu, yeah.
Ishanten here could 6-pin directly.
Perfect Ishanten. Throws the 4 and deals in, and that's going to be the end of it. Shaw with 2 Homba.
A little extra who as well. 1900.
Yes, with a 9 Anko, so 1,900. Noda drops down to minus 5,000. And we can see the big scores here. Otsuki, the big winner, 66,500 in first place. 76.5, and her team needed that.
Yeah, that's quite a game. And so we will
Suzuki in second there with the 24,700. Perfectly acceptable, especially with who ended up taking fourth. Hori in third with minus 26.1, not what she needed. And Noda, that face says everything, minus 55.1.
Yeah, it was really all about that Baimon.
Yeah, the Ura 3.
Riichi
Garbage
Ikatsu
weight.
Chase,
yeah,
chase 2 other Riichis with a very challenging weight. Get the 1 outer on Ipatsu, hit Urasan. That's all it takes.
No, yeah, it was a 2 outer at the time. The problem is the other one was the Ura indicator. So it gets the perfect draw, and you see both 1-pin just like that. A 1-1-2-2-2 shape, and turns that into a Baimon. Huge win there. And then even then towards the end, picks up that Riichi Shitoitsu Tateniu and just keeps running up the score, trying to close the gap
Yeah, a couple big
for the teams over the games.
couple big symbols there at the end as well. It's just unstoppable. And so we can take a peek at what the situation was after the results have come in today. This is where we started. Welchao, significant advantage here, over 200 points. The closest competitor was 150 points away. Matsukaze and Manmaru House was at minus 37.9. Mahjong Splash had the most work to do. And the results for the day? Well, biggest result to Matsukaze, plus 68.9, just finishing the positives in all 3 games.
Yeah, the important part here is Manmaru House just had a miserable day until the third Hanshut, and then almost pulled all of it back. Mahjong Splash needed big points, ended up basically breaking even. And Welchao was in first and drops a whole bunch. Most importantly, the big swing with second place. I think they might have even been overtaken in the overall standings.
Yeah, we'll take a peek in a second, but definitely Welchao dropping 60 points, the biggest loss, means that every team made ground, even the negative teams. But if you got a positive score, you picked up a lot, specifically Matsukaze picking up 129.8 points overall. I guess that gap was 150 before, so they should be just short, but let's take a look. About 21 points behind.
Doesn't completely overtake, but 20.9 difference between first and second. That is certainly doable over the course of 3 games. And Manmaru House doesn't gain a lot enough to catch 2 teams, but it's just because the first 2 games went so badly, but then it got pulled back, so hope is not gone. And Mahjong Splash, unfortunately, it may be over at this point.
Yeah, we saw the Team WRC standings. We got the rundown from Jenn earlier. Also in a kind of similar position, a little bit better than the position that Manmaru House has. They need to pick up 200 points. Team WRC needs about 150. So again, that's 3 firsts, but both teams will have the same goal in their respective divisions. We also have individual results. Currently, if we look at the top group of players towards the individual side of the tournament, Larisa Ishikawa is at the top. Remember, you have to play a minimum of 8 games to qualify, and all of these players have met the minimum. So if their team wants to preserve their placement, these players might not even play, again, depending on their position. Specifically, if you're
your
over
other
200.
choice is, yeah, if you're in that top 7, you probably just don't play. But for everyone else, it's do I want to take the risk to get one of those better seeds in the elimination rounds, or do I want to risk falling out altogether? Because some of these big Uma and Oka in there, those 4th place hurts.
For sure. And you brought up the seeding. It's actually a very unique system for qualifying people through the individual tournament. The higher you are, the more games you get to play to give yourself a chance to qualify. So it's a really fun sort of tournament meta strategy. The system is I've never seen anything like it, but I really do enjoy watching it and seeing how it plays out. So it will be imperative for players, if they want to have the best chance to succeed, to put themselves as high as they can going into the tournament. We also have the second group of standings. We've got Seto topping the group here, all the way down to Maiko. Seto needs to play a game, so does Shinohara. But I expect
Seto will probably still be in, even with a bad result, but Arisa Aragaki, on the other hand, needs to get a decent result to be able to hold on there. At the same time, you figure anyone under this group will try and catch, so maybe 125 isn't enough, 135 might not be enough. So it's all part of the teams and how they want to address this. And of course, the most important part is still getting your team to advance.
Right.
So that needs to be factored in as well.
Funny note here, though, you see number 22, very own Remi Otsuki, after that plus 71, has climbed into the top 22.
Will tend to do that when you get 2/3 of your points in one game.
Setting herself up for maybe a playoffs appearance would be fun to see.
All right, then. We do have a couple other announcements. One, I was correct that the picture we posted on screen was wrong for the M League Tour.
Shall we put that back up? And
Yeah, let's do that. Preferably with actual information this time.
okay, if you give me a moment, I will be able to easily modify that image, thanks to the work that's being done in the background. Let's see if this is the corrected version. All right, M League and World Riichi US Tour. We are inviting M Leaguers to participate in Mahjong activities in the US. Some of your favorite players from your favorite teams will be at attending the events in Las Vegas and in New York City.
Yes, I think Las Vegas is the main event for this tour, and that will be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There will also be a smaller event in New York City on Monday and Tuesday.
Not just M Leaguers as well. We've got WRC adjacent players, JPML pros, and it should be a fun time, regardless of which location you happen to be able to most conveniently travel.
I'll almost certainly be heading to the New York City one. Hope to see a bunch of you there. And there is one other thing, and that's a stream that you and I will be involved in later this week that I guess we can go ahead and plug here.
We will?
Yes, we won't be streaming. We'll be playing in it.
Oh, you're
The
right.
U.S. title, the American Riichi Mahjong League, will be Sunday at, I believe, 5 Eastern on twitch.tv/American Riichi. So you can check that out. We have 2 games. Right now, I'm in second after 2 of 4 games. And Nathanael is in third. We will see if either of us can pull it out. Hope to see you interested in that. And regardless, what is our next event here on the WRC channel?
I believe we've got a stream coming up next week.
All right, you don't have to wait too long then. That would be the 29th. So with that, I guess we can go ahead and wrap it up. So for Nathanael, we had Chiral, Jenn, Harrison, and this is Corak. Hoping to see you next week.
See you then.